Bum ba ba bum. Bum ba ba bum ba ba bum. Bum ba ba 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 bum 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 bum. Bum ba bum ba 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 ba. We made it. We're here. We did it. Had a beautiful day today. Finally got there's a table that came in. As if you are a regular, if you have been following my stream for quite some time, you know that I have moved into a smaller living condition than I have previously been doing. Conton, an absolute pleasure to see you, my friend. And I've been steadily sort of streamlining my life and making things simpler, making things easier. Grinning, good to see you. Matthew, good to see you. ETF was approved. I don't know what that means, but congratulations, right? Azron, good to see you. Radio, good to see you. Oh, wow, everyone's coming in all at once. Everyone's coming in all at once. I'm so glad to see you guys. New asset class created. What are you talking about, dude? Is this some crypto shit? Is that what's happening? That guy, Mikhail, good to see you. Good to see you. You guys were all finger trigger on the button. You guys were all just sitting there, just being like, refresh, 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 refresh. um, I'm so glad that you guys are here. Honestly, you guys are the reason why this is so good to do, and this is you guys are the reason why this is so uh, um, worthwhile, right? Like sometimes I really do get into a kind of like funk about all of this, and I feel like yesterday was that kind of stream where I was kind of like, about everything. But the truth is that you guys really make it worthwhile to show up and to do this. And today is going to be kind of a faff, I think. Like not much by way of articles or anything. More of a meme, kind of a fest today, I think. Just headline bait and all of that, because like not every stream is going to be full of like South African application to the IC, the International Court of Justice against Israel. Here's the full document, you know. And sometimes it's just the internet says like, hey, here's a bunch of memes. This one's great, right? Corporations after shrinking products and boosting profits, right? Elon Musk just saying go fuck yourself on a big pile of money. I don't think that you can do better than this. I think this captures the spirit of the day pretty perfectly, right? Don't you think? Don't you think? I thought that's why you had the Elon money meme. Yes, Bitcoin. Now, you know what? I have the Elon money meme because it's just like, Elon Musk telling everybody to go fuck themselves, right? Like this guy's a piece of work. I saw a meme today. I had it loaded up, but it wasn't quite working properly. I couldn't show it properly. It wasn't formatting correctly. But the guy is like straight up like race baiting on Twitter. Like he's straight up like saying like some really crazy shit on Twitter right now, and it's just like what a lunatic, like what a madman. Turns out that an apartheid baby who was given billions of dollars from slave apartheid mines, right, doesn't end up being a well-adjusted person. Who know? Bread Bunny writes, "You've been depressed the last 24 hours. I've been waiting for this stream." Oh yeah, depression, eh? I've had that. I've gone through those bouts, right? I still go through those bouts from time to time. I think my perception shift came when I came to realize that depression was actually a good thing. That once I came to just accept that moments of depression are not a negative thing. It's not the universe clamping down on you. It's not an external force saying fuck you, you piece of shit. Stay in bed. You're too worthless, right? Like as soon as I recognized that that's not what was going on, right? As soon as I recognized that that's not what was going on, that it was in fact my internal self killing the old version of myself, and that's not easy, right? That's not an easy thing to experience. That's not an easy thing to go through, right? That's what depression is. Is that it's your subconscious, or your not even your subconscious. I don't like using that language. I prefer just like your inner self saying to you, hey, this version of yourself that you've been maintaining, and that you think is you, actually no longer exists. It actually no longer exists. and you are putting forward energy in order to maintain the image or the version of yourself that you think you are. And and so your body will just put you in a down period. Will just go and drag you into down, so that you can no longer do that. So you can no longer be like, hey, hello, my name is John. How are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Right? So you can no longer be this pretend version of yourself that you think you are. Right? And it grinds you into a place where you can't maintain that and you can't be that, so that you reset. It's like your body resetting itself and your consciousness resetting itself and saying, okay, you're not that, right? So that when you come out of it, you are a different person. You're a different version of yourself, and you may try to kick that energy back up, and you may try to re-engage with the image that you think you are, but it'll be more difficult, and you won't want to do it, right? And so you'll just go into the world more the person that you actually are. And that's what I like about depression, and that's what I rather. So when I get into these depression modes, when I get into these kinds of modes of depression, I realize I try to glom on to the idea that this is my body just purging, right? This is my body getting rid of something. This is my body saying, there's something that I'm maintaining that's no longer valuable or useful, and this is the method by which it does it, right? Like when you go to the bathroom and take a shit, it's not a pleasant experience, right? Like, but you do it because you know why. Because you need to get rid of something, right? And depression's like that. You're getting rid of something, right? It's just more ephemeral. It's less physical. There's less physical evidence of its departure. And so if you have recently gone through a period of depression, you should celebrate it. You should celebrate it. You should say to yourself, okay, this is the moment. This is the opportunity. This is the chance. This is the time when my consciousness and my body has said to me and is saying to me, you got to get rid of something. There's something inside of you that now's the time to delete it. That thing that you've been doing is no longer valuable, and we're making it happen. We're going to pull you down. And if you try to re-engage with it and try to go back into the world with that thing that it pulled you down, it'll pull you down again. And it'll just keep doing it. It'll just keep doing it until finally you just go, oh my God, I just can't do it. Even if you want to, you just can't do it. And so you just go into the world and you won't do it because you just can't. It's just too much. Right? And then you'll, and so don't lament it. Don't lament the loss of that thing because it's so obvious that your consciousness and everything is going, fuck you, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Right? And if you don't actually, and there you go, right? That's the other side of it, right, Bread Bunny? Like you don't like what you might not like it, right? Tough. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to laugh. Like, I am sorry to laugh because I know exactly what you're talking about. I do. Tough shit. Too bad. Right? Because here's the hardcore reality, right? Here's, like, you want hardcore, like, straight up, like, definitely in your face reality that might make you spend a little more time in that depression, but you'll come out cleaner on the other side. That thing that you refuse to detach from dies, right? Everything dies and everything goes, right? This is a clearance sale. There is no escape hatch. There's no code that you can punch in to escape it. You will experience the things that you are attached to dying permanently, right? That's just part of the game. That's just part of the reality of the thing. And you can spend all of your life lamenting that, or you can accept it and move on. My advice is to accept it and move on as fast as you possibly can, right? Because you can spend your whole life attached to shit that's literally no longer around, right? Like straight up, like when I was 12, a girl I loved, or I thought I loved, left to go overseas, and became a missionary or something. And I've always pined for her, and I've always loved her, and I think about her every day, and I write all of this stuff, and the years go by, and oh my God. And then finally one day, somehow you encounter her, and you say, "Oh, hey, it's you," and you say hello and all this kind of stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Who are you?" Like, you know, that's life, baby. Like, that's life. And so you might not like that you've got to detach from these things, but life's going to make you, right? And you're better off. You're better off with that kind of sense of detachment and that sense of getting away from it. I guess as much as you possibly can. It's not easy, obviously. There are things that you like, or there are people that I like, and there are situations that, and it's funny how life is. There's people who will go that, and um it'll totally sideblind you. It'll just totally sideblind you that you actually cared. Like, that was the part when, here, I'll get real personal. When Matthew Perry, so Chandler from Friends, right? He recently died. He died because he took ketamine in a hot tub, passed out, and drowned in the hot tub. It wasn't an overdose of ketamine. He just took enough ketamine so that it made him pass out, and there was no one around to pull him out of the pool. And so he drowned, right? And when I heard that, when I heard that he had died, it really took me for a loop. And I was really like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then I heard the method by which he died, because I knew that he was struggling with drug addiction. He was very outspoken about addiction. It was a very important part of his life. He's on record having said that he hopes people, when people think of Matthew Perry, he hopes they don't think of Chandler from Friends, but he hopes they think of his work in addiction, to tell people more about addiction, to try and help people about addiction. And so to hear that he had died involving a drug situation was very disheartening. But then to sort of learn that it wasn't an overdose, that it was like, ketamine is a therapy that they use, and he just made a bad choice, right? That it wasn't him overdosing, being like, life is terrible and I'm just going to do this until I die, right? It was him taking a bit of ketamine and then passing out and not being supervised, right? So the message there is, if you're going to do that kind of stuff, be supervised, right? Don't sit in a fucking hot tub and do it, right? And I mean, it sort of does smack of the whole, like, well, if I die, I die, right? I think that people do that kind of stuff all the time. I think that there is a type of, it's not suicidal, but it's definitely like, oh well, you know, like, if this ends up in me being dead, then that's a fine result, right? And I think it has that kind of quality to it. But all of that really took me for a loop, and I had like a big conversation with my sister about it, and we kind of had like a moment where we talked about this, and it's odd that there was this sense of attachment that I had to Matthew Perry, fucking Chandler from Friends, you know? And I really worked through why that was, and what it was about it, and the manner by which it occurred. And I really do think that if any other member from that show had have died, I don't think I would care so much, you know? But for some reason, it's because of his story and because of what he went through. Bread Bunny writes, what if it's detaching from love for no sensible reason? I've lived my whole life for love. I've finally found and built a perfect relationship. I'm starting to feel like it doesn't matter. Why is it? Well, the reality of things never meet the expectation. I think that's all it is, really. I think that people build up a lot of expectation in their mind, and a lot of expectation of what things are going to be. And then that expectation settles into reality, and then the expectation remains, but the reality will never meet that expectation. Like, you're gonna watch this person blow their nose, right? Like, you're gonna watch this person take a shit. Like, you're gonna watch these things. You're gonna see the behind the scenes stuff. and it's not going to meet the anticipation or expectation, and it never will, and it never ever will, right? That what you have, right? Uh, uh, what you actually do have is something wonderful and beautiful that many people want, right? And many people seek, and but I just think you're probably living in a place where your expectation will never be met, right? I think that's what it is. Or if it was met for a moment, right? If somehow in a gleaming, shining moment it occurred, and you met for just a flicker, right? Well, it'll never happen again. Yeah. So it's that expectation, I think, right? That love that person and be with that person and cherish that person. And if they're loyal, and if they've got your back, if they're your ally, right? If they try to make you feel good more often than they try to make you feel bad, if they're in your corner, if you can rely on them, if they're trustworthy, if they make you feel safe, right? And you can really use the chakra process, right? Do they make you feel safe? Do you have fun around them? Do they make you feel good? Do they make you want to make them feel good? Are they going to tell you the truth? Are they trying to improve the reality around you? And are they trying to let you be your highest self? And if all of that is yes, right? And if all of that is yes, then you got a great thing going. You got a great thing going. That's great. That's super great. And just because you're not feeling like a fucking princess every single day or something, right? Just because sometimes you wake up and you look at them and you go, oh my God. Yeah, welcome to being a fucking monkey. Like, welcome to being a human fucking being, right? Yeah, and so I've encountered this on more than one occasion where I see people who are living this absolutely beautiful life and have this absolutely beautiful thing going on, and they're just kind of like in a bad state about it. And then I get talking about their expectation. What is it that they kind of expect? And they've just set an expectation that can never be met. Yeah, I hope it did, Bread Bunny. I try, God bless me. Like, I try, and I feel like expectation is a real killer. Expectation is a real killer. And so, and you ever see like a really, 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 really wonderful, beautiful woman who is just living with this real guy? You know what I mean? Like a real guy who's just like, what the fuck is happening here, right? And you analyze it and you kind of realize that the guy is he makes her feel safe, he makes her laugh, or is at least trying to make her laugh, trying to make her have fun, makes her feel good about herself, makes her want to make him feel good, right? He's going to tell her the truth. He's going to try to improve things around her on her behalf. And he's going to allow her to pursue her highest version of herself. And those are the things that actually matter. Those are the things that actually matter. So, so as long as those are the things that are happening around you, then you got a pretty good thing going. You got a pretty good thing going. I feel like every day today has been like the first 15 minutes has been Bread Bunny and me talking about the chakras, and that's fine by me. I literally did a tarot reading today, so I'm getting back into tarot. Who knew? I did a little bit of that for a couple of years, like 5 years ago, and then never did it again. And then recently I've just been like, I'm going to set something up in my art studio and have a little art space, which I've got over here now, which is great because it's made this whole space less cluttered. And boy, am I ever here for that. Am I ever here for that? Less clutter. Less clutter is good. How'd the reading go? It went real well. It was real beautiful. I just did, it was the first time I was using the deck that I had, so I just did like a deck interview, which I always love to do for new decks. Um, and the deck that I was using, it's like a tarot learning deck, so it's got everything on the card itself, right? Makes it less artistic, but it makes it much more useful, and I think it's going to be useful moving forward because I do need to refresh and I do need to figure things out a little bit more. Uh, um, and yeah, like I think that this deck is like a super fucking warrior. I think it's all about like finding fights that are worth fighting. Uh, uh, I don't necessarily think Ouija boards are useful. I don't. Um, because here's the thing. Here's the thing with the Ouija board. Okay, like I think that tarot decks and other forms of random elements have validity because they're random. That's what matters, right? So if you put it in its most secular form, uh, um, what you're doing when you interact with random elements is you are allowing your consciousness to be affected by something that isn't you. And that's fundamentally what it is. That it doesn't matter if you think that, oh, the spirits are speaking through the deck and oh, the spirits are speaking through the dice and all that kind of stuff, right? Like that's fun and all. But like what you're doing is playing with your own subconscious. That's what you're doing. And you're allowing your subconscious to be influenced by random elements, by something that isn't you. And you're allowing you're allowing your imagination to wander. You're letting go of your rational self. You're letting go. You're giving yourself permission to take your rational self, put it in the corner, say, thank you, rational self. You are useful and I love you. But there's an entire other side of myself that is also partaking of the universe. And so we're going to allow that part of the consciousness to have time and to embody the self for a little while. And to me, that's what it's all about. That if you want to get really like hoobu-joobu-y about it, you can really start to get into this space of like the what is a random element but the universe choosing for you, right? Like when a die gets rolled, what is that but the universe choosing for you, right? And you kind of can go down a little rabbit hole of like, well, if the universe is alive, isn't this a moment by which you're allowing a living consciousness to enter the space and to come in and all of this? And so but I think that all of that is your own kind of interpretive, like if you want to believe it, then you can, but I don't think you have to make it all useful and to make it interesting. And I also think that there's a type of person, especially in the modern era, who if you start talking that way is just immediately like just totally shut off. Like they're just not going to participate. I think there's probably a couple of people like that in the chat who will just be like, what the fuck are you even talking about right now? Right? And I feel like tarot and that kind of stuff can be impactful because it's fundamentally you playing with your own subconscious in a non-rational way. And when a card comes up and that card has a meaning, right? It evokes emotions and feelings from you, right? Or maybe it doesn't, right? Maybe it doesn't. But it's the evocation that matters. It's that something is coming out of you and you're being confronted with what that something is, right? And that you've given yourself permission to do that. Something like a Ouija board is not random. And so I feel like the interacting with it is not as... what's the word I'm really looking for here? It's not as honest. I think that's what it really is that you can make the Ouija board say whatever you want, right? Like you can. And like maybe it's useful in a like you are confronting yourself with a question and then having that question answered kind of way, right? And you're kind of creating a go-between. You're saying that the spirit said it. Well, it's you, right? You're the one that moved it. Like, whether it was like the spirit guided me to say yes. Okay, great. It was you, right? Uh, um, so I guess there's like a kind of value to that. Uh, uh, but I'm more or less of the opinion that like you might as well just like flip a coin, and then if it lands on the answer that you didn't want, then you know you didn't want it. So just choose the other one. You're not beholden to any of this, right? Like if you flip a coin, yes, no, heads, tails, flip a coin, and it comes up the answer that you didn't like, and you go, oh, I didn't like that. Well, who gives a shit what the coin said? Like, who cares? It doesn't matter at all. Like, that's the part about the whole thing that I think people misunderstand, right? It's like it's not as though the spirits actually give a fuck. If it's a whole spiritual thing and there's like the gods are underneath and they're trying to communicate this stuff to you, like it's not like they're sitting there being like, she didn't, oh, they didn't, he didn't know, no. Like the purpose is to evoke emotions, and the purpose is to feel and to have something that evokes that feeling. Because then when the feeling is evoked, you know what you feel and you know what it is. So you flip the coin, it comes up yes when you wanted it to come up no, or it comes up no when you wanted it to come up yes. Well, you know you wanted it to say yes, so just fucking do it. Who cares what the coin thinks? Who cares what the cards say? Right? Who cares? Like, that's not the point. The point is to feel emotions, is to have something evoked, to come to terms with something inside of yourself, to be afraid, to be unsettled. Right? I think that's the biggest part about it that I think gets really misunderstood. Like, I think that people who look outside of this sort of stuff think that that people who dabble or people who are playing with this kind of stuff are looking for certainty in the uncertain, or looking for a certainty in magic or something like this, right? When I think it's actually quite the opposite. I think that people are who are dabbling in that kind of stuff are very much looking to be unsettled, and very much looking to be challenged, and very much looking to find where the calcifications inside of themselves are, to shake that out and to see, like, why is this coming out? Why are these emotions happening? What is am I actually as secure as I think I am? Right? And so I think so I think it's useful, it's fun. I find it to be very entertaining. And I've got the look for it, don't you think? Right? I've got the look for it. Right? Hiltosis writes, is this like when the Zen masters would come around and hit you with a stick? Yeah, sure. I don't really understand what you're saying, but I absolutely understand what you're saying. So sure. I don't know, dude. I love talking about, like, I've got this chakra poster. It's up here for a reason, right? Like, I like talking about it. And today's stream is going to be very kind of faffy, I think. Like, it's going to be very, like full of memes and headlines. There'll be some headlines. 53% of young people prefer socialism over capitalism. Get fucked, capitalism, you piece of shit. What a dumb idea. Let's give a small handful of people all the money, and then it'll trickle down. This is a real thing that'll definitely happen. Methane writes, I've never had a tarot reading, despite having a girlfriend for a couple of years who did readings often. I think she must have had a previous ex with a bad reaction or something. My wife is getting back into witchcraft. Let it ride. Yeah, I mean, it's if you feel pulled to it, you feel pulled to it, and if you don't, you don't. It's just that simple, right? Like, I remember in the early days of my relationship with a witch, she was really getting into it, and so she wanted me to kind of get into it too. But I was on my own path. I was doing this chakra thing, and I was going on a different kind of journey. And it became pretty clear that was the case pretty soon. And she had a brief moment where she was really upset by it, but then she realized that was totally fine. and that there was no reason, like she could go down that way and I could go down that way, and there was no problem. And we could talk about it, and it would be like totally fine. But that like I wasn't going to like do the cards and have like the herbs and like do all that kind of stuff, right? That was that's her bag. So it's interesting that it's kind of coming back around now. You know, it's interesting that like years later, now that we're no longer together, I feel suddenly drawn to doing it. Right? Right? Yeah, I could use a more human positive stream. Yeah, I could use that too, you know? I could use that too. There's a little bit less of the doom and gloom, a little bit more of the get fucked capitalists, right? Like get fucking get fucked capitalists. Like, here's a great one that I found. Monkey on top of a pile of bananas. You see, with this capital, I can grow the business. Monkeys. Okay, just give us a second. The monkeys discuss. So we've decided to all just work together instead. Are you forming a union? Are you kidding? It isn't worth it. Think about all the union dues. A union? No, we're smarter than that. We're going to simply beat you to death and take the bananas you've been hoarding. Wait, you guys haven't even seen the charts on supply and demand. Monkeys proceed to beat other monkey to death. Yes. Yes, insightful. What could the hidden message underneath this comic be? Obscure. Too difficult for us to understand. Yes, quite indeed. And I mean, is there a reason why we might think this way? Breaking. An Indiana Republican has filed a bill that would allow kids as young as 14 to drop out and work on corporate farms during school hours. Kids would only need to complete 8th grade in order to work 40 hours a week as farm laborers. Just like this is the shit that they do. This is the shit that they want to do to us. You know? Like this is what they want. It's so obvious that this is what they want. Yeah, fucking take the mask off, America, right? Like, just go straight fascist. Like, just go all the way, man. Like, stop pretending. Stop pretending you're better than the Nazis, okay? Just stop pretending. Cotton, any port in a storm. Yeah, sometimes I can let the mystery move me, but I can't maintain it indefinitely. Yeah, I think that's, and honestly, I think it's, you shouldn't bother. Right? Like, you really shouldn't bother. Like, what's useful now and what's useful for you, right? Like, it's that's the whole point. That you can pick up something and find something useful. Because the thing that I always am very skeptical of, and the thing that I get very like touchy about when I get talking about these sorts of things is am I falling into a type of fundamentalism? That's what I'm always concerned about. I'm always deeply concerned about falling into a type of fundamentalism. And falling into that fundamentalism is always what I've got my eye on. And so I do think that people can get fundamentalist about basically anything. Right? I think that you can be an atheist fundamentalist. I think that exists, and I think that you definitely can do that. And I think that you can be like a Wicca fundamentalist. And I think that you can be a Christian fundamentalist, an Islamic fundamentalist, and a Jewish fundamentalist. I think that you can be this. And there is no such thing as a fundamentalism that is useful or good, right? That fundamentalism itself is the problem. And so I feel like the better idea for people to do is, if you feel like you're drawn to something, and you feel like you're drawn to a text or drawn to a story or drawn to an art form or drawn to something, then do that. And the minute you're no longer drawn to it and you feel drawn to something else, okay. Like, you're not married to that. Jesus isn't your husband, right? Like, you can fucking go and do what you like. And there's no rules to any of this, right? Except the rules that, assholes try to impose. And who cares what they think? These guys usually end up being pedophiles anyway. Bread Bunny writes, I've been exploring energy work lately. I've always felt something inexplainable. Since connecting on spiritual understanding with many people, I've been actually engaging my curiosity on it. Yeah, good. right? Good. Because that's your real self. That's who you actually are, right? That like what we are, like what the person that we present in the quote unquote real world, right? In the material world that we all sort of go along with, is cultivated, right? Like this is a mask that we wear, and most of us have cultivated a personality to survive, right? We have just like a survival personality, and most of who we are is hidden most of the time. Uh, uh, and the system of capital, to really bring it back into what the thing is about, the system of capital reinforces that behavior in a big, big way. We spend a long, long time having our personality cultivated to be useful cogs in a capitalist machine. And we deceive ourselves into believing that that cultivated personality that has been cultivated by us and for us by the system of capital is who we are. Because the most useful worker, right, the most useful serf and the most useful slave is the one who loves his slavery, right? That you love your master and you love the system that you work in and you love all of this kind of stuff, right? You just love all of it. That's the most useful. So that's what they strive for. And you can only really achieve that if you kill the curiosity of self-discovery, so that you never actually discover who you are. You just believe that the cultivated personality is what you are and is who you are. And I think it's why psychedelics have been so demonized for so long. And even something like marijuana has been demonized for so long, because while I don't think that psychedelics are particularly useful in the long term, in terms of your spiritual path and your spiritual discovery, they certainly break shit apart, right? They certainly break things, right? It makes it very, very difficult to maintain the illusion of the self when you're fucking tripping balls on mushrooms and shit, right? It makes it very, very difficult to believe that the cultivated personality and the idea that you are supposed to just fit into this like really hellish, ridiculous system of capital makes it very difficult to maintain that illusion and to be satisfied with that illusion once you see that something has broken down. Once you see that there's more. That the thing that I think about psychedelics is that it doesn't let you it opens a door for you. It just doesn't let you step through it. That's how I think about it. That it lets you first of all see that there is a door, right? Because seeing the door in the first place is the most difficult part, I think. And then it lets you see through the door even. So it'll open the door and you can see through it, right? Which is incredible, right? That's incredible. But it won't let you actually go through the door and really be through the door, right? And I feel like people trick themselves. I've known people who have tricked themselves into thinking that they were highly spiritual people because they were doing LSD all the time, right? It's like, nah, bro, you're just cosplaying, right? You're just cosplaying at being a spiritual person because you're having all these hallucinations and having all these trippy experiences. But that doesn't mean that you're actually doing the work. It doesn't mean that you're actually doing anything, right? You're just tripping balls. Like, that's all. Methane writes, I'm fairly unfiltered. I work pretty hard to get rid of that fake mask crap. Yeah. It takes a lot. It takes a lot. Like, I think that one of the beautiful things that I think is happening to the younger generation is that they're able to get there faster. Whenever I talk to somebody who's about 20, right, they're so much less burdened. There's way less burden to the younger generation, right? Like when I was 20 something, I still believed that like Jesus Christ was coming back at any moment. That people around me were like, yeah, capitalism's the greatest system ever, and I was kind of like, oh, okay, and just kind of going along with it. And all of that's falling to the wayside. Like nobody believes in this Jesus shit anymore, right? Like certainly not on the same level or the same scale. And we're seeing more and more people are just like, fuck this capitalism shit. Like, what are you talking about, right? Fucking get rid of it. Nonsense, bullshit. There's got to be a better life than this. There's got to be something better than this, right? And I think people are starting to realize how capitalism gained the wealth that it has, and are starting to put two and two together, that it's like, really weird that like the global south is super poor while we are super rich. How did that happen? Oh, is it because we went over there and enslaved them and harvested them and went through a period of colonialism? Like literally created like 100 years of humiliation in China. Like, how do you think we did it? How do you think it happened? Right? Yeah, Content has been talking about this a lot in the Discord. And it is actually ridiculous, dude. Like, here, let's actually do this. This is a bit dangerous, I guess. Yeah, capitalism and economy fest. I think the major critique that we can come up with for this. So this, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, okay? Because I assume that there are people who don't. This is Steam, right? This is a video game download platform. So think like Netflix, but for video games. This is where you download video games. And right now it's having a capitalism and economy fest, right? So it's like this weird, like little let's all celebrate capitalism. And I think that the guys that are doing the pitch understand that they can't just say like capitalism fest, because most of the games aren't actually capitalism, right? Most of the things that you play are not actually capitalism. It's very rare, in fact, to play a game that even attempts to capture the basics of what capitalism is, which is the class dynamic, right? That most of these are just economics generators. Like most of them are just economic systems. Like in Jurassic World Evolution 2, you just play the part. It's like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but it's dinosaurs, right? It's like not really capitalism, right? Like you spend money and then people come and see your shit and you make money. Capitalism. It's like not actually what capitalism is about. Tropico 6, like famous capitalist game, right? And it's just like I think capitalism was when you economy and build things. Exactly. Like that's kind of what it is. It's very weird. To that end, by the way, if you're a big fan of any of these kinds of things, these are pretty good deals. I got to tell you, Anno 1800 for $20, that's a steal. That's a steal of a deal. You will not play if you're into city building kind of games and this kind of thing. Anno 1800, great game. $20, great. I have no problem saying that kind of thing. I think that video games are sweet. I'm a little tempted to pick up Tropico 6, I got to tell you. Just for the music, honestly. Just for the music, man. And anytime I play any of the Tropico series, I'm always just like, I'm gonna be a nice guy. You know, this is my failing with all of these games. It's like they're clearly built so that you get to just be this ruthless asshole and treat everybody like a dickhead. And I'm always just like, nah, I just want everybody to live well. I'm gonna build a lot of apartment buildings. Everyone's gonna have a good standard of living. I'm gonna keep winning elections, right? Like other people are like, I'm gonna rig these elections and I'm gonna use my militia. And I'm just gonna like make sure everyone's happy. I'm just gonna keep winning elections, and I do every time. That's how it works, right? You just win elections by being good. Fucking Turmoil is in this. Incidentally, by the way, this game, addictive as shit. Turmoil, super, super addictive. You literally are just like getting oil, selling the oil. That's it. That's the whole fucking game. But like, what's annoying from our perspective, I think, is that it's being pitched at us as if all of this is capitalism. And it's like, I have never actually... I think my largest critique of the gaming industry today and the strategy, especially like what's called 4X games like Civilization, is that they don't actually engage in class, the class element of society. That classes rarely actually matter, right? And I do think that we are steadily broaching that territory. I think there are games like Victoria 3 has done that, and that very steadily. I think that there is, because of all of this the uptick of interest in socialism and communism and these ideas, I think that there is going to be a steady uptick of that kind of thinking, and that eventually there will be some kind of game developer and game designer that's like, no, hold on, wait a minute, like it's not as simple as you're a king and you have subjects and the subjects do what you say, right? That there's a class element here that makes things much more complex and much more interesting a lot of the times, and that you can service, like, the thing that would be interesting from a video game standpoint about capitalism is that you can service the capitalists or you can service the workers, and you can't do both, right? Like, if you try to help the workers, the capitalists are not going to be happy, and if you try to help the capitalists, the workers are not going to be happy. Right? So there's a built-in antagonism that I think would be immediately obvious to anyone who actually successfully designed a video game with these principles built into them. But it's so rare to find. Like, it's so rare to find that video game, because most people think socialism is when the government does stuff, and capitalism is when a private interest does something, right? Like, that's the depth of analysis that exists. And so to ask somebody to not only have a deeper understanding of what capitalism actually is, but then to also be able to program a game to be able to capture what it is. I mean, it's a bold task. I think it wouldn't be easy. I do think that there are games that are trying to do it. But I think if it's ever going to break into the mainstream, and if it's going to become kind of an understood, ubiquitous sort of thing, it's going to be very difficult to do, I think. Because like most games have an economy where gold just goes up, right? Like gold is just a thing that you collect and it goes up and you can buy shit with it, right? But there's no actual like economy, and there's no actual like circle. You know what I mean? That most things are just like collect resources, line goes up perpetually and forever. And in fact, most of these video games have like a deep flaw in them, because you build like a thing on a resource node, right? And that resource node just produces resources forever now, right? You could play the game for 100,000 years and that resource node will just always produce that. Like it's a mineral patch. You build a mine on it. Okay, cool. You got 5 mines a tick, or five minerals a tick now, right? Or 5 minerals a turn now from that mine, until literally the end of time. So there's no limited resources, so resources don't deplete. And so it reflects kind of our false understanding of how economics actually works. Most of our video games do that. Most of our video games reflect a limitless resource base and a very straightforward, like, I am the king and everybody does what I say kind of gameplay that sort of just says, you just collect money linearly forever, right? And if you spend all of that, it has no effect on anything. And if you hoard $100 billion, it doesn't impact anything at all, right? Like, if you're playing a game like The Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, right? Skyrim's, like, I think this is the greatest example to use ever. You can walk around with literally like $100 million in your pocket. You can just have it. And you can just be walking around the kingdom being like, la-di-da-di-da, I have $100 million in my back pocket, and it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter even a little bit. You can go into the kingdom and you can spend $100 million. You can buy like $100 million worth of cheese wheels. And what's it change in the world? Nothing. Doesn't change one goddamn thing. Doesn't matter at all. It's literally the mindset of the developer and the mindset of the player is, yeah, money comes in and there's infinite money, right? Because in your day-to-day life, there might as well be infinite money as far as you're concerned. It's just how do you get access to it, right? And nobody actually thinks about like, no, like there isn't infinite money. It's not an infinite thing. Like there's a limited amount of this. There has to be, or else it's valueless. It has no value at all. So that's the type of game that I would love to play. A game where, like, if you collected a bunch of wealth, people would notice, and people will be like, "Oh, you're the guy with all the money. Well, can I offer you a service? Like, how do we get that money away from you? How do we get this economy moving? Right? How do we make it happen?" Eve Online is the best capitalist game I could think of so far, but Eve Online is so fucking boring, dude. Like, really, like, a straight up. Like, God bless you if you love that game, okay? But, like, I am not that keen on playing, like, a spreadsheet generator. You know what I mean? Are Roblox and Minecraft celebrations of capitalism? I those games are like just like Lego, right? They're not really. There's no economy. There's no like system there really. Like, I mean, I guess you can trade with the traders, but sure, it got some socialism, communism options and stuff. A theme of it, perhaps. Yeah, it's like following traffic rules in GTA. Yeah, dude. I was thinking along those same lines. The games like Tropico offer too much sandbox freedom options, letting you do anything, needs, demands, limits. Yeah, I mean, like, why is it that we can just, like, every single one of these games, eventually you're just getting so much resources that you can't keep up with the spending, right? And it's all just changing these abstract resources into assets, right? Usually military or buildings, right? In order to continue expanding your empire forever forward, right? And there's just no sense. The only games that I've really seen or I've really played personally that really started to understand or started to try to infuse into the game a little bit of a different understanding of how these systems actually worked was the Crusader Kings series, because the Crusader Kings series was all about medieval politics and was all about like treaties and laws and hereditary passing down and all of this kind of stuff. And that instead of you being this like overmindish sort of separate from everything, just sort of dictating how things are moving around, you actually were playing as a king that would die. And then when that king would die, you would play as his heir, right? So the lineage would pass down. But what was so interesting about Crusader Kings 3 and 2 was like this too, was that so you as a king would build up like an empire. You'd go and raid everything and destroy everything and take everything over, and you'd have like your kingdom built, right? But you as the king only actually had a certain amount of that kingdom as your own personal legal property, that everything was vassals, right? And so when that king died, those properties would pass down to the son, but it wouldn't be everything. And so when that king would die, it would redraw the lines of your territory, and that kingdom would all but disappear, and the vassals would be there, and you'd have your vassals, and you'd have the prince, now the new king, right? But his territory would be severely diminished, right? Unless there was like some kind of agreement reached beforehand by the king in order to concrete that as a for sure thing that could be passed on to the next generation, and that people would allow it. That made it a very interesting game, because it really did introduce the idea that, like, oh yeah, there's a lot of other things at play when it comes to these sorts of things. Like, how do you maintain control of territory? Like, how do you maintain control of Europe? Right? Like, it's not just like mindless drones being like, we are the French. We are the French. The game was really like, no. You've got to have like people you trust, and they are going to be your vassals. So they'll have this, like, this guy will have this section, this guy will have this section, and they will rule those sections, but they'll rule under you. Right? Like, and so they got really deep into that, and they really obviously had experts in, and were obviously talking to people, and there was a little bit of class dynamic. You could have like peasant revolts, right? The peasants would be like, hey, things are shitty, I don't want them to be shitty, you should lower our taxes, right? You could have that kind of idea. And it would be really interesting if you could get that game, Crusader Kings, that starts in like the 10th century and actually move it forward into the modern era and actually get it into like Europa Universalis starts to get more nation based. It's less individual based. It's more nation based. But even it could like move into the modern era in a very successful way. So there's a lot of room for this, right? I think there's a lot of room for this kind of stuff to get communism and to get the class struggle, because that's what it's really all about. It's about the class struggle. It's about acknowledging that history has been defined by the class struggle. That's what it's all about. That it's peasants struggling underneath lords that struggle underneath kings, right? And that there are these class dynamics at play, and that it's always been a large negotiation between these forces. And one of the interesting things that has been pointed out, and I think it was Parenti that really pointed it out, but others have done so as well, which is that history is often viewed by the wealthy to the wealthy, that rich people are usually the historians and are usually the educated class. And so the rich will often look back and see other rich people ruling and think, well, they must have been good. They'll empathize with these rich people, right? Ed Harris writes, no, isn't it control of the masses by a tyrant? I mean, I think that type of thinking, Ed, is actually fairly reductive, right? I think that most systems that have existed, certainly there are leaders in history that can be described as tyrannical, right? Hard-fisted, iron-fisted, cruel, violent, right? I think that all of that is true. And you can definitely look at like monarchies to see that they're definitely like a king doesn't really have a reason outside of the threat of uprising to respond to his peasantry, right? And but most of history is and so while you have these moments, like if a tyrant king abuses his peasants enough, abuses his people enough, they rise up against him, right? History is loaded with that kind of stuff. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the class struggle, right? And there are moments in monarchical history, there are moments where you have princes and lords and the peasants are very happy, right? There's a lot of happiness going around in the kingdom because the kings and the lords and the peasants and the ruling class are more or less just sort of hands off and more or less just fine with what's going on. And sure, there are moments when like the king comes in and says, hey, I need some men to go to war. And you go, okay, well, you know, and there's like, and there's definitely moments of like grief and sadness and all of this kind of stuff as exist in all things. But like the defining characteristic of the past is not that you have this like overmindish ruler, with a mass of people underneath them living in kind of squalor. It's a much more complex and delicate system than that. And I think my favorite moment in all of medieval history was the moment when they erected the king, right? When the concept of the king came into being in Europe, because of the collapse of the Roman Empire, right? This left everything. Because of the collapse of the Roman Empire, this basically turned everything into just like feudal lordships, essentially, right? You had a lord with a fiefdom, and the serfs lived on the farm, right? And because of the way the law had changed, thanks to figures like Julius Caesar, slavery had steadily been abolished to a degree, and changed into serfdom. So it was no longer legal for a individual to be owned directly by another person. That it was the serf was actually owned by the land, So you could buy and sell land, and the serfs came with the land, right? So you couldn't just buy a person and do what you wanted, but you could buy a whole plot of land and bring the whole family with them. This dynamic breaks down with capitalism, right? That to me is the big betrayal with when the capitalists start to chase the serfs off of the land and start to chase them into factories. The but the Oh yeah, and so you had a bunch of these lords, and you just had lords going around, and every lord had their land, and everybody had their own sort of fiefdom and all this kind of stuff. And eventually they realized, like, hey, we should probably federate. We should create a federated system of some kind to deal with external threats. And who are the external threats when you're a European? The Muslims, right? That's what it is. That's why you have the Crusades. That's why you have all this stuff. And so they erected this position of the king. And nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted to be the king, right? Because it's such a pain in the ass. Oh, you mean I've got to leave my lands, go around to every other lord's lands, and ask them for men that they don't want to give me. So I'm constantly in this political state where I have to find men in order to defend the kingdom, right, against the Muslim hordes, right? Like, that's what we're doing? Nah, not really keen on that. So what did they do? They held an election. Right? They held an election, and and they elected a king, right? And so for like this fleeting moment, there was democracy in Europe, where they just elected a king, and then the king dies eventually, right? And there was this brief, like, fractional moment where the Europeans were like, "Well, we could elect a new king," and everybody just went, "Let his son do it." We can't be arsed. Right? Let his son do it. And that's where hereditary monarchy comes from. Just straight up, they initially elect a king, and then when that king died, instead of electing a new king, they just were like, nah, hereditary monarchy seems fine. So unless you have a charter that guarantees individual rights of freedom, then it ends up tyrannical, right? Where did those charters come from, right? Where did we get the Magna Carta? Like, where did we get the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Where do we get the American Constitution, right? That these documents don't exist in a vacuum. They don't come out of nowhere. They don't come out of the supreme genius of George Washington, you know? Like that these are iterations on previous documents. The Magna Carta is the big one, right? The Magna Carta is the big one, where you have a waning monarchy. The monarchy is losing power across Europe. It's losing power to the capitalists, to the merchants and manufacturers, right? Capitalists are beginning to own property. They're beginning to own more property than monarchies. They're beginning to own assets. They're beginning to own the means of production in more serious ways, right? Monarchical kings and princes and lords are beginning to lose favor with the serfs and the lords. That's very important to understand. That the lords themselves were starting to look at these kings with just like, why do we even have these guys? Like, what are they actually doing for us? Because initially the only thing the king was supposed to do was gather up men to create a federal army in order to defend against Muslims. That's literally the only thing the king was supposed to do. And this whole falling out of the divine right of kings and all this kind of stuff is just like this long-term project of just a bunch of Europeans just going, can't be arsed. Well, eventually they do start to talk about things like rights, and they do start to talk about things like, hey, maybe it's a dumb idea to let one person write all our laws. Maybe that's a silly idea, right? And it creates all kinds of like dramatically weird things in the society where you have like the crown is considered an authority in the society, but so is the church. And so you have these sort of spheres of power where like people can literally go to the church and just be like, no, I'm with the church now. Can't do fucking anything now. You can't touch me, crown. And the crown's just like, no, like literally like safe zone. I'm touching the church. And you know, AK writes, "Hey, Canadian Coffee, did you cover the Trump town hall today?" No. No, I did not. I assume that I'll get into that kind of stuff as it begins to heat up, but like, let me guess. Trump said some crazy shit. Everybody went, "That's crazy shit." And the people who love him went, "Yeah, we love him." And the people that hate him went, "Boo." Did I do it? Am I right? Ed, I gotta respond to this, my man. Isn't Xi the king of China? Love it. I do. I love it. The king of China. Perfect. So, uh, uh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. National People's Congress. This is great. D- d- don't forget. Like, I am totally aware that that this is the NPC, right? And how funny that is, right? Right. So the Chinese. This is the Chinese electoral system. This is the Chinese system of government, right? Is the National People's Congress. The National People's Congress. I really do highly advise that everybody go to this page and read this page. Like, it's obviously got the classic CIA, like, authoritarian. Oh, it's got all of that kind of bullshit in it. But as soon as you realize, yeah, sure, the CIA went through it and combed through it and tried to make it sound as bad as possible. But the actual structure of the thing is that it's an electoral system. I believe it's explicitly stated. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I love it. As China is a Marxist-Leninist one-party authoritarian state, here are all the parties that exist within the system. Right? Oh, did they actually remove the actual thing? That's hilarious what they did. They did it. That's so funny. There used to be like a much larger picture of this, because the actual makeup of the actual National People's Congress is like 2,000, maybe 3,000 members, huge amount of seats, and then from that body, the executive council gets elected, right? So the way it actually works. So the CIA has definitely gone through this in order to make it sound as bad as possible. China is a Marxist-Leninist one-party authoritarian state. Yeah, so here's all of the parties: the Chinese Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, the Juizhan Society, the China Democratic League. Right, there are many parties that exist in China, and it's like right here on the page. So when they write these things, like Marxist-Leninist one-party authoritarian state, it's just baby brain CIA garbage, is what it is. And if you clicked on this, yeah, literally, it's like it's phrased so that it looks like it's one link, but then it's like Marxist-Leninist is a communist, and then one party is a one party, one state. Like it's designed to look as though it's like factually a thing, but it's just the definitions of the thing. So it's as fraudulent as it can get. No, I love it. I love it. Anyway. Uh, um, so hold on. Yeah, so they go through the history. Man, they've even eliminated the way the thing is elected. Because it used to be like right up here, right at the very top of the page. They were like, yeah, every 5 years, people get together and vote, right? That there is oh yeah, here you go. Just right at the top. All state organs, blah blah blah. So sorry, with 3,000 members in 2023, it's the largest legislative body in the world. The NPC is elected for a term of 5 years. It holds annual sessions. So like people are elected. There are elections. There's an election in China every 5 years. People go to the National People's Congress. The structure of the National People's Congress is that you have 2,977 members, right? Which they used to show just right here, right? And then from that body is elected an executive branch, and that's where Xi Jinping sits. That most of the time, what you're looking at in China is a ruling by consensus, and that Xi Jinping is not the king of China. He is the leader of China. And to ascend the ranks of the National People's Congress is an extremely difficult task.
It's not like in America where, like, Donald Trump proved that all you got to do is win one popularity contest and you can be the president of the United States, right? That's stupid. That's a stupid way to run a country. That's a dumb thing to do, right? The way China does it is that if you get elected into the National People's Congress, the National People's Congress will say, oh, okay, welcome. Are you competent? Do you have any idea what the fuck you're doing? We're going to give you a village. Go to that village, govern that village for a little while. Are you competent? What did the people in that village say about you? What did they think about you? Interesting. Hey, have you read any Marx? Have you read anything? Have you read any Mao or Deng? Do you know anything about anything? And they test you, right? And you ascend the ranks through the National People's Congress. They're not just going to elect fucking Donald Trump to run a country of a billion people, right? You actually got to show that you're competent, and you actually got to show that you're capable, and you actually got to show that you know how to do politics, and you know how to govern by consensus, and you know how to listen to people, and you know how to compromise, right? Like, that's the whole point of the National People's Congress. And so what you end up with is you end up with a leadership in China that rules by consensus most of the time. That you have in the history of Chinese communism definitely a struggle with the Maoists and the Dengists, but since Deng, that struggle has not really wrought its head again. That the policies of Deng have obviously turned out to be correct. And Xi Jinping is doing what he can to deal with the kind of corruption of everything, right? Maoists tend to support Stalin. Yeah, I mean, I tend to support Stalin because that's what the Soviets did. Like, look, this is my position on all of this. Like, you want to talk to me about Stalinism, Trotskyism, all this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Well, the Soviets thought that Stalin was the guy, right? That I don't know why we're just supposed to eliminate from the discourse that Stalin won. And I don't know why we're supposed to eliminate from the discourse that Deng won, right? That, like, the reason why Deng became the leader of China is because more people supported him. He won, right? Like, and proof's in the pudding. Like, and for Stalin, like, for God's sakes, like, the guy defended Russia against the Nazis. That's insane. Like, I can't think of a crazier thing for a leader to go through than to defend a country and lose 25 million people doing it against the fucking Nazis. That's insane, right? And so my support of leaders doesn't come from my ideological backing. It comes from the fact that the people who lived in those areas and lived in those countries wanted that leader. And I think that they know more about the subject than we do. So, like, Stalin won. Tough shit, right? You can like some of Trotsky's ideas, and you can think that Trotsky was an interesting figure and all that kind of stuff. He lost, right? He was less persuasive. He didn't convince the Russian people to vote for him, right? Stalin won. Tough shit, right? Same story between Mao and Deng, right? Like, if Mao was so persuasive, then he would have passed the baton on to somebody else, and they would have continued Maoism, and they would have just continued doing it, right? If it had been persuasive, and if the people of China had believed in it, then that's what would have happened. Tough shit. It's not what happened, right? Deng won. So you can decide that Deng's not a communist, and what we're actually looking at is capitalism, even though the people of China are over the moon about it. Like, we have a Harvard study that shows that 90% of Chinese people support their government. So if you're one of these people that's sitting there being like, China is capitalist, actually, it's not actually communism, it's capitalist. Well, then there's the biggest argument you've ever seen for a pro-capitalist society, that the Chinese love it. They're over the moon about it. And if they love it, then I'm sitting here being like, oh, well, then what are we doing with this communism stuff? We should just do capitalism hardcore, according to you, right? If your argument is that China is actually capitalist, well, the people of China love it. They're losing their minds about it. 90% support. Oh, we should do capitalism then. Or, crazy thought, it is still communism. It's just not the communism you think is communism. And I don't really know why I care what a white Westerner thinks about what is or is not Chinese communism. Anyway, that was a bit of a rant. And I hope nobody took anything personally. It was not directed at anybody. But it's just like that particular subject has become quite odd to me. There's a lot of weird stuff in that conversation that I don't think should exist. Like I don't really get why white Westerners who have never done any kind of revolution whatsoever think that they know more about the subject than the Chinese. I just don't. I've never understood that. Like, the Chinese are obviously the masters in the conversation. Like, that's the truth. You want to talk about communists, you want to talk about people who are actually doing communism and are actually running a society based on these principles and are struggling with the day-to-day things and are actually trying to make it work and are figuring out how to do it. And maybe, yeah, are making mistakes. But if they make mistakes, you certainly would, right? Yeah. So Mayday is bringing up what is the Dengist policies, right? And I think it's fair to bring up. It is fair to be skeptical of China, but you know who's really skeptical of all of the stuff that you just said? The Chinese, right? That they want to see movement. They want to see. They want to make sure that their society doesn't fall to capitalism. Like the analogy that I give, the analogy that I give is that, well, first of all, no, I don't really believe it. Like, I don't believe it. Because, first of all, their leaders keep saying that that's not what they're interested in. I think that the end of the war was really important to the Chinese, right? That ending the war, the American war of aggression against Southeast Asia was deeply, deeply important to China. That I think most of the Chinese eventually fall into a kind of what can be described as war exhaustion. Like, this just never gets discussed, and it's weird. I find this to be very, very odd. I think this is a very strange thing where it's just never discussed at all. And it's like the same thing happens when you discuss Stalin. That you just don't talk about the Nazis. That people want to talk about Stalin, but they just don't want to talk about the Nazis. And the same thing happens with China. Where, hey, did you know that there was a major, massive, crazy war? Right? We can get into this, Mayday, for sure. The whole China's eye on Africa is, I think, a fair thing to bring up. I have my own perspective on it. But let's talk about this first, instead of bouncing around all over the place, okay? So China, like, there's this crazy war that happened, right? The Vietnam War, that also was in Cambodia, was also in Laos, was also in Thailand, was also in Myanmar, Burma, also in the Philippines, also in Korea, right? What's all that have in common? Oh, it's like right on China's border, right? Like hardcore, like right on China's border. You have these major wars where like 20% of the populations are killed, all of the buildings are blown up. The Americans who are doing this, right, who are destroying all of this, are literally saying out loud to their own public in speeches that we're doing it to staunch the spread of communism, right? Like, that's pretty nutty. We've got a guy named Militant Pagan. I'm going to talk to you in a minute, okay, bud? You stick around. Because I want to decipher what it is you're saying before I talk about it. These are major wars, right? That the Americans are inflicting on the border of China and getting China embroiled in. Right? China is spending a lot of its time and a lot of its resources and a lot of its energy defending itself and fighting in this territory in these wars. And the Chinese kind of get sick of it, right? They just kind of get sick of it. And so in the transition between Mao and Deng, which is a long-term period of time, right, a decade, you have sort of a general acceptance that we don't want these wars to continue. We would like to see peace, right? So how did China secure peace for itself? Well, it allowed foreign capital in, right? That was the trade-off. That instead of pitting itself as capitalism's adversary, it capitulates to a degree and says, okay, we will no longer be your adversary. We will instead work. We'll go to work for you. You ship the means of production over to us, and we'll do the labor. We'll do the work. Stop bombing our border. And the Americans say, haha, sounds good. We'll stop bombing your border, but you better work for us. And we'll send in some capitalist enterprise. Something like 40% of China's economy was free market and was capitalist at its peak. But what has that resulted in? It's resulted in America sending over the means of production to China. That it looked at a country that literally was saying, we need to seize the means of production, and it said, hey, I'll trade you for it. And what did they trade it for? Little slips of paper, right? And so now China has the means of production. It's built up its own industrial capacity, and it's steadily coming into a period. This moment is very interesting for China because it could let's pivot to what they're doing in Africa. Because they could go full-blown imperialist, for sure. That is true. It's possible. Simply by they have guns and weapons and they can do that. I haven't seen anything in terms of their rhetoric or ethos that convinces me that they're going to do that or that they're interested in doing that. But they could. And so it's useful to keep an eye on it. The difference between what is happening between China and Africa and what has happened between the West and Africa is that when the West went into Africa, they literally carved it up amongst themselves, walked in, pointed guns at people and said, start working or we will kill you. China is walking into places and going, hey, can we trade? Hey, we'll help you build a port or a road or a mine or something in order to get access to those resources, and then you'll get a cut of it. Right? Can we trade? And if the country goes, if let's say Chad, let's just pick a random country, okay? Like this, I don't know what deals China's going on with Chad, okay? But if France walks up to Chad and says, hey, we want you to open up a mine here, and Chad goes, no, we're not interested in that. Well, France will invade the country, will overthrow the leadership, will install a new leadership, the CIA will get involved, right? They'll blow the place up, kill a bunch of people, and then force a bunch of people to work in this godforsaken mine where they'll die, right? That's the American Western experience, right? So China walks in and goes, hey, we'd like to open a mine. And Chad goes, no. And China goes, okay. What if we build the road to the mine? Nope, still no. Okay. Well, what if we run the electricity to the mine? And what are your concerns? Is it a worker concern? Right? So China enters negotiations, right? They engage in something that is foreign to the Americans, which is called trade, right? I am positive, as one should be positive, that there is a percentage and a deal of corruption involved in this. But the foundation by which the conversations are happening is fundamentally different. That what the West does is basically goes in there with a gun, points the gun and says, do what we say. And if you don't do what we say, we will kill people and we will overthrow your leadership. China's overthrown nobody. Who's China overthrown? Where's the Chinese coup? Where? Please. I'm genuinely asking. What country has China overthrown? What country has sent its what country has China invaded? Where? When? At what time? It just hasn't happened. Right? Could it? Sure. Has it? No. And so China is going around the world, rebuilding a modern version of the Silk Road, uh, uh, attempting to connect the entire continent and all of the continents of the vast majority of the world population together by rail, so that they can build each other up and protect themselves from the West. Like, but to say that the goal of China is strictly exploitation and neocolonialism, I think is reductive. That it removes from the conversation kind of the reality of what China's actually doing. Will there be a degree of exploitation and corruption? For sure. Like, for sure. Like, it's going to happen. Like, that, there's no arguing that. What I am arguing is that the structure of the relationship is not itself corrupted. That the nature of the relationship between the United States, Europe, and Africa is by its very definition corrupted. The relationship is based entirely on the idea of do what I say or I'll kill you. Right? Do what I say or I'll kill you. Whereas the relationship between China and Africa is not that. It's different. Yeah, China has their eyes on everywhere. Aren't the Taliban with the Chinese government? AK, I'm going to blow your mind right now. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. So? Like, the Taliban were fighting the Americans in Afghanistan, and now the Taliban have control of Afghanistan because the Americans left. And so the Chinese are negotiating with the ruling party and the ruling class of Afghanistan, which is the Taliban. Right? Are they just not supposed to? Why? Because the Americans say so? Yeah. Haha. Bex writes, China's economy is a planned economy. The market aspect is secondary. They have a dictatorship of the proletariat. I mean, it's fine to, like, there's a lot of anti-Chinese propaganda out there. And especially, like, I find that it's Western Marxists that do the worst work on it. Right? Like, because, and I think really what it does come down to, from the Western Marxist perspective, is there's a good deal of Western chauvinism in the conversation. That I, the white Western male who has never experienced a revolution or even organized a revolution or is not even in a revolutionary party at the moment, knows more about communism than the people who experienced a revolution and have maintained that revolution and are negotiating a way to continue that revolution forward into the future. Right? Like, I find that Western Marxists, with exceptions, and there are clear exceptions, Midwestern Marx is a good example. But Western Marxists generally hold the position that I know more, that I'm the master and they're the student, which is embarrassing. It's an embarrassing position to hold. Once you accept what must obviously be true, and it is obviously the truth, right? And as soon as you accept this very obvious truth about China, that they are the masters and you are the student, then you begin to understand things. That you don't look at China in order to criticize them, you look at them to learn. And like, if they do make a mistake, you can sure shoot and bet that you would have made that same mistake, maybe even worse. Right? Like, if you watched a game of chess played by Bobby Fischer or played by Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus Carlsen blundered a piece or made a bad move, and you went, "Pah, he's a terrible player," then you're a dumbass. Straight up, like, you're just a dumbass. Right? Or if he did a move and you thought, what a bad move, and then it turned out to lead to a checkmate because you have no idea what you're talking about, and he's fucking Magnus Carlsen. Right? Like, this is kind of what I hear when I hear other Western Marxists attempt to critique China. Like, you're not the master. You're the student. And it's very obvious. And that's what I consider my relationship to be to the Chinese and to people like Xi Jinping, people like Deng, people like Mao. Right? I'm not the master. Not even close. Like, not even fucking close. They're the masters. They're the masters of their craft. And it's been complicated and it's been difficult and there's been strife and there's been difficulty and they've had to make concessions and they've had to acknowledge the existence of reality and they've had to negotiate with Western capital. They've had to make strong and hard decisions about how they want to move forward in the world. But to act from this kind of haughty position of like, "Pah, I would have done it better." No, you wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have. Full stop. Hard no. Right? You're the student, they're the master. And if that's not obvious to you, then I have a really difficult time accepting you as a serious person. Like really. I have a really difficult time accepting people who think that they're the master when you're like a little baby. Like you don't know anything. I have a really difficult time accepting that. Are you insinuating that they're the masters of communism? Yeah, they're obviously the masters of communism. Like, it's obvious. Like, isn't it obvious? Like the Chinese Communist Party has been around, what, like 150 years now? They are the longest stander. They've been standing the longest. They've been the ones that have been developing under Marxist principles the longest. They're the ones with the institutions that have survived and persisted the longest. Like, what evidence do you have to tell me that they're not? I'm not insinuating it. I'm saying it. I'm stating it as clear as day. China is the masters of communism. That if communism exists in the world at all, it exists in China. Like, I'm not insinuating it. I'm stating it clearly. Yeah, China's for sure buying up parts of the world, and we're just letting them do it. So why shouldn't they? China gives crumbles to Africa in trade of their natural wealth, just like offering a food plate to a homeless. I mean, that's debatable. I do. I think that's debatable. I think that the Africans are having very robust conversations about the Chinese right now. And there's a good deal of skepticism in Africa right now, as there should be. Like, as there should be. Right? Like, no doubt. Like, I think that it is important to be skeptical of China. I'm not sitting here being like, never under any circumstance, like China is God, right? Like, they could totally turn. And if they did turn, it would be crazy. Like, it would actually be like just like a fireball of wildness. It would be absolutely crazy if China suddenly went just full bore imperialist, right? And it's possible. They definitely could, right? I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that they're interested in doing that. I haven't seen any foundational documents. Like, when America has been involved in its imperial genocides, it was very open about it, right? When the British Empire was doing what it was doing, it was very open about it. You can't hide this shit, right? When countries go imperialist and when they start doing that shit, they're very, very, very open about it. They can't not be, right? Like, even in communism, if you don't support the North global extracting the natural resources of Africa, you wouldn't support China relation on Africa. I don't understand the comment. Conton writes, the thing that China might be able to say to other countries is, you can do win-win business with us, or you can be a vassal of the West. You pick. That's the meanest thing China could say. You know what's funny, Conton, though, is that, like, that's what China says. Like, that's not the meanest thing China says. That's what they say. Like, they don't... I think you're correct to say that they could be more poignant. Like, they don't put it in those terms where it's like, be a vassal of the West or work with us. But they do say, like, we are doing win-win diplomacy. We are going into these territories and we are saying, hey, we're going to make a deal with you that works for you and works for us, where we both win. Where you get access to these resources, you get access to the wealth, and you trade with us. And we will take our wealth that we have built up and we will trade that wealth with you in order to get access to those resources. And thereby allowing you to also build up your own productive capacity and your own productive forces. That we're not going in there to strip it away. We're not going in there to take it away. We're going in there to trade you for it. To collectively build this up together. That's what they say. That's what they're actually saying. And they don't need to say, or you can turn and be a vassal of the West, because everybody understands that that's the other option, right? Like there's the West with its big guns overthrowing everybody, dropping bombs everywhere, being the terrorists of the world that they are. Or here's another alternative, right? And so everybody understands that it's an alternative. And China actually does say out loud, what we want to do is win-win diplomacy. Do you hear the West ever saying that? Yeah, you ever heard the West say win-win diplomacy in regards to Africa? China survived under market. If the world were as communist as China, we'd still be capitalist. Markets are not capitalism, right? Like that's a misnomer. That's a misunderstanding of what capitalism is. Literally every society in the history of man, slave societies have had markets. Markets are not capitalism. Capitalism is not markets, right? Capitalism is the relationship between the ownership class and the it's the relationship between the workers and the means of production. That's what capitalism actually is. And that under capitalism, there's an ownership class that is wedged between those two things, right? That in a communist system or a socialist system, there would be no impediment between those two. There'd be the workers and the means of production, and that's what would happen. In a capitalist society, there's an owner that stands between those two. There's the parasite, right? And I mean, the Chinese constitution has like things like you have to, if you own a business, you have to have a workers' council in that business, right? There are like very, very clear things that exist in China that show you very clearly that while they have opened up their market to private organizations, those private organizations ultimately have to pay fealty to the system of the National People's Congress, which is run by the people, by the Communist Party of China, right? Like these private businesses have to follow the Chinese constitution. So that means that they have to have workers' councils, and they have to have when a real clear example of what I'm talking about, like Huawei, right? So you've got Huawei, right? Major tech company. Well, when they paid out their dividends, they paid out their dividends to their workers, right? They didn't pay out dividends to shareholders and say to the workers, okay, here's your pizza party. Right? They paid out massive dividends to workers, and workers walked away with the money, right? So it's just a different thing. It's just a different culture. And to pretend as though that's the same as Western capitalism is false. Just blatantly false. Factually untrue. And there just does come a point where I gotta say that it feels like cope. Like it just feels like Western cope. That like China's got to be as bad as we are. It's got to be as bad as us, right? What China's doing has just got to be as bad as we are. It can't possibly be that there's a superior model, and there's always been a superior model, and that the superior model is beginning to show itself and is beginning to take over. Like the very fact that we're even talking about China should tell you that something's gone on, right? Like it's not one capitalist nation trouncing another capitalist nation. It's a superior model that is taking over the world, and that the rest of the world is beginning to acknowledge and beginning to turn their head to China and beginning to say, oh, this is a superior model. This is a better way. That if the world is to be governed by superpowers, then this is the type of superpower that we would like it to be governed by. Right? Like, what's the history of the United States in the last literally 20 years? Last 30 years, has just been going wherever it wants, blowing up everything, destroying everything around it, stealing as many resources as it possibly can, while saying, USA, USA, we're great, we're number one. Cool. You see a lot of that coming out of China? No. And yet, so China's not invading any countries, blowing anybody up, destroying anything, being belligerent to anyone, causing no wars anywhere, cooing nothing, right? Just doing absolutely no warfare whatsoever across the globe, and yet it's the most powerful economy on the planet right now. Wow. That's a superior model. The most powerful economy on the planet while fucking over nobody. Blowing nobody. If your big critique is that China might be giving some of these countries a bad deal, fucking take it. Cool. That's a massive W compared to the Americans blowing the shit out of everywhere and stealing everybody's resources. Like, what an enormous W for a superior model. Do you think China is more pure-hearted than America? I mean, I don't know that that's relevant. Pure-hearted. I just think that they have rooted their governing system in reality, right? Like that's all. I don't think it's about pure heart. I just think that China understands that like Marxism is a science, right? Like it's not an ideology. It's a science that observes reality using a historical and material dialectic. That it looks at what's real, it discusses what's real, it talks about what's real, and it's interested in what's real. America is not interested in that. America has built a religious ideology that it calls capitalism. And if it wasn't a religious ideology, then they would be Marxists. And I talk a lot about that religious ideology on this channel. I talk a lot about what that religious ideology is, right? It's primarily the worship of money, the worship of the self, and the worship of chaos. Those are the three major aspects, right? That's the base principle of the ideology. And the basic sentiment of the ideology is more me, money, good. That's it. And so China's not more pure-hearted. I just think they've got their feet on the ground. And they know what's right and they know what's good. Not right, but they know what's correct. Right? Like they understand what's correct. And they understand that going around attempting to subordinate everybody to you is a failing strategy. That it doesn't work. That it's better to be friendly and it's better to trade. Right? To have a gigantic stick because people like America exist, nations like America exist, but it's better to have good relations with your neighbors. It's better to live in a world where people hear that you're coming and think good things, right? So to be, yes, militant pagan. I'm sorry, I've gotten caught in the flow. But I'm definitely coming to you, bud. I definitely. If Mao, China, or Soviet Union got that kind of power, they would have done worse. According to what? What evidence do you have to support that? That's just so baseless. That's just some Western chauvinist shit. They're just as bad as we are. That's what that is. Right? What evidence do you have to support that claim? Militant pagan. Would you criticize red socialism, communism, and Marxism, okay, for its Zionist influences and past support for the Jewish ethno-state Israel? Weird question, I have to say. I don't know that it's got much by way of Zionist influences. That's like a real Jewish Bolshevism sort of question, which is like something that comes out of the Nazi Party. So it's a really weird thing to kind of say. Stalin did support Israel initially because I think he had sympathy for the idea that people who had just experienced a Holocaust, yeah, they should have a place, for sure. And you can see that Stalin initially did support that idea, but then eventually recanted from that once he saw what it was, right? Like that it wasn't like the Jews having a little place for themselves and living peacefully, that it was a colonial project, right? Like, and as soon as he understood that it was a colonial project, he was like, oh, fuck this. But yeah, initially, I think the Russians and Stalin were sympathetic to that idea, as were many people. I think that there were a lot of people who were sympathetic to that. Please learn about the Marshall Plan and the redevelopment of Japan. America could have taken over, but instead helped rebuild those countries after World War II. Yeah, to be vassals. So what? So, hold on, dude. I'm sorry. Like, America drops 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, but they rebuilt it so it's okay. That's a yikes from me, my man. Like, that's a big yikes from me. Like, we're gonna drop nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the only country to have ever had nuclear bombs dropped on it, right? Civilian populations got nuked by Americans, but because we went in there and rebuilt it to be a vassal state, like, they're vassals. That's what they are. If we tell Japan to do something, it says yes, sir. Right? But so that's cool. So that's your evidence? Shitty evidence. Super shitty. Militant pagan. I also love how red socialists hate nationalism until it comes to black nationalism and Palestinian nationalism. The nationalism question's a tricky one. Nationalism as an idea gets fairly demonized. My position on nationalism is that it's understandable but limited in scope. Like, the black population of America absolutely has been experiencing, like, it's ridiculous what the black population of America has been experiencing. The African population, what it's been experiencing, absolutely. So I'm not actually sure what question you're even asking. Like, I support the black population of America and Africa to have their own, to be the authors of their own fate, if you like, or to have control of their own territory and their own resources. And I support the Palestinian people for the same reason, right? They are experiencing an occupation. So, yeah, and I don't really understand this red socialism line either. Like, it's communism and Marxism. Just say Marxism, dude, or communism. I don't get this red communism thing. Exact change. Good to see you. I mean, yeah, we talk to no, capitalism is not the worship of freedom. They use the word freedom, but what they actually mean is chaos. That's what they're actually talking about. When you actually break into what they are talking about, when you actually ask a capitalist or a libertarian especially, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean about what is this freedom that you're talking about, right? And they start describing it. It's very clear that they mean chaos, right? Like, it's the type of freedom that the Confederates would have wanted, right? That's the type of freedom, like, that libertarians are fighting for, right? The freedom to own slaves, the freedom to sell yourself into slavery. That's not really freedom, right? That's chaos. Just total chaos is what they're actually arguing for. They use the word freedom, though. And I mean, one assumes that, yeah, if everything is total chaos, then yeah, you're totally free, right? Chaos is freedom. And we did after World War II, no other empire in history would have done. Like, do you not remember that we dropped nuclear bombs on people? Like, do you just not? And then, like, subsequently engaged in, like, major wars. Like, do you just forget that Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Korea, do you just forget that happened? Right? Do you forget about the Indonesia genocide? Do you forget that, like, America, since World War II, has basically been just one big, gigantic carpet bomb of the entire global south? Like, you just forget that? It's really weird, man. It's like a really weird thing to forget world history. You know? Like, obvious world history, too. Like literally, we made a lot of movies about Vietnam. You ever watch Apocalypse Now? Right? How about The Big Lebowski? Right? You ever notice that there's this, like, trope that exists in American movies and cinema about the Vietnam vet? You ever notice that? Like, where do you think that all comes from? You ever watch MASH? You know where MASH is set? You know when that happened? Like, weird. Really weird perspective you've got, man. Yeah, America's the Girl Scouts. America's fucking a hell beast. America makes the Romans look like baby's first attempt at empire. Like, just because they're not openly crucifying people in public, like they're dropping napalm on people. Did you know that Laos still has 20,000 unexploded mines that kill people still to this day? That they just covered it. They just covered Laos in mines and bombs, and people still step on them and people still die because of them. Star Trek did an episode about it. It was great. Your answer doesn't make sense to me. If you support nationalism for marginalized ethnic groups, then why don't you support Jewish nationalism? Like, this is the thing about nationalism, right? Like, it's understandable, but I don't really believe in it or think it's a good idea. Like, I think that it is right for the Palestinians to struggle against their occupiers, right? I think it's right for the black population of America and the African population to struggle against their occupiers and their slavers, right? Like, I think that that's correct to do. But the concept of nationalism is a very, like, tribalistic and rudimentary way of looking at the world. But it makes a type of sense, right? The people who are around me are the best people in the world. That's nationalism at its heart. The people who are around me are the people who are around me are the greatest. And these are the greatest people in the world. We are, in fact, the superior race. Right? Like, that's the trajectory of nationalism, which is why I can't, like, support it. It's not a good idea. It's an idea, and it's understandable why that idea exists, because it's just a bunch of fucking monkeys looking at each other and going like, well, we're here and we're good. And so what's happening to us is terrible, and those monkeys over there are worse than us. We're going to draw an invisible line, and this place is the best place. And in fact, people who look like us are the best people who look like us. And anybody that doesn't look like us can get out of here. It's fucking nationalism. Like, it's just dumb, right? Like, it's understandable why it exists. Like, it's understandable as a thought or as an ideology or as a mode of being. But it's not intelligent, right? It's not well thought out. And it's got obvious pitfalls that you can obviously see, right? That the end of nationalism, like the logical conclusion to nationalism, is like Nazi supremacy. That's that natural conclusion to nationalism. So, like, that's why I don't support nationalism as a concept or an idea, even though I understand where it comes from, because it's a very rudimentary base feeling that exists inside of humanity. While simultaneously, like, yeah, like, obviously people who have been enslaved by empires and obviously people who are occupied should struggle against those occupiers. And if it's weird, like, it's weird that one would try to pretend as though the Zionists in Israel are on par with their victims. That's sort of a weird thing to do, I think. Like, obviously what's going on is the Israelis are committing, the Zionist Israelis are colonizing Palestine. That's what they're doing, with the help of the United States. Like, the United States is arming and funding them, and they're going in there and they're just cleansing the place. Right? Seems fucking wrong. Like, if the Jews were to claim a plot of land upon which nobody lived and were to build a state upon that land which nobody lived on, and were to say, this is for us, this is our nation, here we are, I'd be like, okay. Like, cool. Right? It's not what they're doing. It's not what's happening. And it's kind of weird to pretend like that's not what's going on. Militant pagan, I just feel like you're just being intentionally obtuse. Like, I gotta call it as I see it, man. Like, this is intentionally obtuse. Like, these questions are just intentionally obtuse. Like, they are fighting for the people around them. That's all. Right? That the concept of nationalism is not an intelligent one. It's an emotional one. So, yeah, are the Palestinian militant organizations being emotional? Yeah. Obviously. They have really good reason. Right? They're experiencing a colonial genocide. They have a lot of reason to be emotional. They're fighting back against an oppressor. They've got a lot of reason to be emotional about that. but it doesn't mean that nationalism is intelligent, right? It doesn't suddenly make it like this high-minded, we've really thought this out pursuit, right? And the people who write broadly and write largely about the benefits and how good nationalism is are largely idiots, right? But again, it makes sense. Like, the people around me are the people who are around me. They are my allies. Basic nationalism. No, of course anti-nationalism makes sense. Like, it's just you got to break out of the idea that your perception of your base monkeyness is the highest this goes. Right? Like, we're all a single thing. Like, humanity is a single organism and is a single idea, right? Like, humanity is just like a one thing. And all of these differences that exist within us are manufactured, right? Nationalism fundamentally says that the most important thing that exists is the location you were born in. It's just not smart. It's just like not a good way to look at the world. You know, and it'll pick on things like, oh, you have a slightly different hue of skin color. Your background came from the left where mine came from the right. It'll just pick like really dumb things to try to justify itself. But it's not smart. It's not a good way to organize yourself or orient yourself in the world, right? The humans are humans, and we're all trying our best. And we should struggle against the idea of nationalism as like a final idea. It's like a final thought, even though it does like make a type of sense, right? If you get stuck in that kind of lowbrow monkey brain, right? Where you look around and you're just like, all of these monkeys are my friends. We're the greatest. Like, that's it. That's all it is. There is no higher thought to it. It's literally like, oh yeah, we're the best. Yeah. How do I know we're the best? Because I'm here. Yeah. And I like you guys. And we're here. We're the best. These guys don't look like us. They suck. Like, it's nationalism. Like, it's basic sports shit. Right? Just with guns. You know? Like, it's not smart. It's not smart. Yeah, you can live in a safe that protects you without having an ethno-state that destroys everything else around you. Yeah, for sure. Japan is a free sovereign nation of its own. Yeah, exact change. Japan isn't allowed to have a military. Like, Japan is explicitly, very clearly a vassal of the United States. Like, to pretend as though Japan is somehow an independent nation is weird. It's just like a really weird thing to say. Like, it's really odd. Like, it's very clearly a vassal. Like, very clear. Like, does it have its own independent vote at the UN? Sure. Right? But if they started building aircraft carriers, the United States would be like, hey, Japan, what's up? What's up with that? Huh? Brah? What's up? And if Japan started to talk to China and start to actually be like, hey, China, we should make agreements with one another. We're neighbors, and we should actually try to work together. America would be like, hey, how about an overthrow of that government? For sure. 100%. Right? Japan's entire strategy moving forward post-World War II is total subservience to the West. Like, that's its entire strategy. It's geared its entire economy to that idea. And there's no indication that it's going to change that. That it is for sure a vassal state. So this idea that Japan is like a free sovereign nation, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about, my man? Like, what, big wow. Yeah. Yeah, Mayday bringing up some nationalist ideas too, right? My race is not the greatest, but my nation and culture is. But it isn't. It actually isn't. Like, I mean, and you can think that your nation and your culture is cool and keen, right? For sure. I really don't have a problem with this. Like, you can look at your culture and be like, oh, cool culture, right? We got neat stuff up in here, right? You can even be proud of it and be like, hey, everybody, check this shit out. This is great, right? But I feel like that there's a dangerous line where you can cross into, and we're the best, and so we get to say what happens. So you got to listen to us, and if you're not us, then we get to do things to you, right? And and I wouldn't say Japan chose a side, my man. Like, AK, my man, like my man, my man, my man, my man, my man, my man. Do you not know that Japan got 2 nuclear bombs dropped on it? Like, do you just not know that? Like, do you think Japan chose a side after it experienced 2 nuclear bombs being dropped on it? Like, I don't think it's a choice, bruh. Like, I don't think Japan was just like, where shall we go? What shall we do? Who should we decide to side with in this global conflict? I think that they got nuked. And so they went, well, America's in charge. Clearly. Like, real clear. Like, and that's how they've been operating since. That's what the leadership of Japan has been operating on. Those are the principles, right? Those are the surrender terms. Like, I just... I don't know, exact change. I think that you need to get where I'm at. You just need to find this kind of more amusing. Because here's the thing, and I'm going to make this real clear. And it's the reason why Mayday, you're sticking around. It's the reason why AK is sticking around, is that you guys are actually being pretty polite. Like, you're being pretty polite and you're being pretty nice and you're not being belligerent. That's really important to me. Like, when guys come in here talking as though they know stuff and they clearly don't, and then they double down on their stupidity, that really bugs me. That's not what you guys are doing. You guys are putting forward ideas, thoughts that you've heard from the society that are wrong, right? Because we're capitalists. Like, this is a capitalist nation, right? We're wrong about most things, right? Like, this, and I feel like you guys are putting this stuff forward in order to hear an alternative perspective. Right? And as long as you guys are here to put forward these ideas, to hear an alternative perspective and not fall into that kind of stupid belligerence that I get used to, I see it, and I've gotten really good. I've gotten really good at it. I can pick up on I can pick up on when people are being like stupid on purpose, that kind of intentional stupidity, pretty fast. And I just don't see that with these guys. I don't see it with AK. I don't see it with Mayday. I think that they think what they think and are seeking to be challenged, and that's what we're doing here. And they're being. I think you guys are being real polite, and that matters a lot to me. It matters a lot to me that the people that come in here who we obviously disagree with, be polite about it. That says a lot, I think, because we get guys in here who are saying this kind of stuff, but are very rude and belligerent and intentionally stupid. And those guys leave right away. So if you become intentionally stupid or belligerent or rude, right, out the door you go. But I'm not seeing that. So exact change, I think you got to get on the same page as me, man. You just got to find more amusement in what's going on. Take a toke, have a draft of whiskey or something. Get on board. Get on board the silly train. I'm feeling a little silly today, I gotta tell you. I'm feeling a little silly today. Militant pagan. I find, like, your position is kind of weird, my man. Like, you're in this chat, and like, I feel like you're one of these guys that likes to skirt on the edge of kind of an odd sort of fascist position while pretending like you're not. Like, can I also play the devil's advocate? Zionism was proposed as a solution to the Jewish question as an escape from anti-Semitism. Yeah, my man, like, pretty, like, Just because you phrased it like I'm going to play devil's advocate doesn't make me think this guy's not a Nazi, right? Like, take a look at what the Zionists are currently doing, right? Take a look at what they're currently doing right now. You can talk all you want about how at the beginning, in the first moments, it pure intentions and all that kind of stuff. Although I never have believed that the West had pure intentions. I think that the goal of the West was always to have a military base here. I think that's what its goal always was. That, sure, there may have been some Jews at the beginning who were going in there with this idea that, like, this will be our homeland and we're just going to have, like, a small territory and all that kind of stuff. But that's not what's happened. Not by a long shot, right? And so it's not really so much a devil's advocate question that you're asking, so much as it is a revision of history. That the Americans and the British started this project to have a military base here. And very, very quickly, the Israeli Jews, like, about the Nakba, right? Like, very, very quickly, they started to do this kind of shit and cleanse the territory. So to pretend as though it's like, oh, it's all innocent and just shit got out of control. Nah, fuck you. That's basic revisionism. Like this was always a project of colonialism created by people who are experts at colonialism. Created by people who are experts at colonialism. If anybody knows how to colonize a territory, it's fucking America and Britain. They know how to do it. And here it is. You're seeing how it's happening. And now what's the result? Right? Like, oddity. I feel like this right here is absolutely the perfect emoji for kind of what I think a lot of you are feeling right now. I feel unbelievably chill. I gotta tell you, I can tell. I feel it. I feel it from you guys. I feel that there are some of you out there that are like, exact change. You're just saying it. Just ban him. Just get rid of him. Just stab him in the face. And I'm just like, I'm just so fucking chill. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it's just I had a really good day. And so I'm less inclined. I'm not so pissy. And I think I'm going to double down on what I said previously. These guys are being polite. They're being polite. That I don't mind if they're wrong. As long as they're polite while they do it. That's fine. It's not just seafood. New study finds microplastics in nearly 90% of protein sampled, including plant-based meat alternatives. Huh? There's your capitalist innovation right there, everybody. Hey, Ale, I do read the comments. How are you, Ale? Does he going to read the comments? Yes, Ale, I read the comments. That's like what 80% of the show is reading the comments. Cause you guys are the best. For real. I love talking to you guys. That's what makes it the best. I like presenting information, but the truth is that the information I feel has gotten really samey. If you're a long-time watcher, if you're somebody like Oddity, I feel like you're here every single night, my man. You're like a god king of this show, honestly. Literally first in the door, last to leave kind of guy. So I feel like whenever I present an article, it's like, hey, here's the same thing that happened last week. Did you know climate change is a problem? Hey, here's what the American Empire is doing out there in the world. Here's what the American Empire is doing out there in the world. That's okay, Oddity. I just love that you're here, bud. That's all. I'm just picking on you. It's literally what place is America blowing up? How is capitalism failing in the West? Usually it is America because that's where most of the population is, but also Canada because I'm Canadian. So it's literally capitalism's failings abroad, capitalism's failings domestically, and climate change. So it's the same story over and over and over and over and over again. And but you guys keep coming in with different stuff. Oh, Ale says I've answered something and you don't read it. I must have missed it, bud. If you have a question for me, just type it out, okay, bud? I'll read it for sure. What do I want? Oh, yeah. The other day we were talking about climate change and somebody brought up that climate change is going to cost like money, right? Climate related weather disasters cost insurers 3.1 billion last year. Huh? If you don't care about human life, which I think climate change deniers don't, and I'm going to warn people, right? Climate change denialism gets you auto banned on this channel. Like, and I don't argue with people about it. Like, you die, you go away, bye bye. Wildfires. The Okanagan and Shuswap fires last August and September cost $720 million, making them the most expensive insured event ever recorded in British Columbia. Climate change, super real. What a real phenomenon. East Coast cold snap. Extreme cold. Oh no! That fell over. Extreme cold blanketed the country in early February, with the temperatures dipping to negative 25 degrees Celsius in some places and feel like temperatures closer to negative 50 degrees Celsius. That'll kill a man. Like, it's the denialism that kills me the most, I gotta tell you. Like, it's just like, I've said it over and over again on this channel, and I'll say it until the day I die, I think. I would rather live in a society that was attempting to resolve these problems and failing than one that was pretending like it wasn't happening. And that's basically what we're doing right now. We're just pretending like it's not happening. Yeah, I was all happy it snowed here this morning, and then it turned to rain, freezing rain, went to crap. Yeah. Yep, weather's crap. Welcome to winter. Eat it. Eat it. I just liked this meme. Supreme Court to decide if emergency room doctors can perform medically necessary abortions in states that prohibit them. With a response, this seems like a great way to convince an entire generation of women not to have children for fear that doctors will literally have to leave us to die from complications. Boo-doo-boo-boo-doo-boo. Seems like you're cherry-picking history, which is a red socialist strategy. What about the only Palestinian leader at the time being supportive of Hitler? What about the pogroms in Palestine before the Nakba? What about the expulsions of Jews from Arab countries? What about the fact that you're a fucking Zionist apologist and it's really obvious? Like, Jesus Christ, guy watches one episode of Bill Maher. Alright. That's good. I've had enough. Yeah, what the fuck does red socialist even mean? Yeah. I feel like it's a new, like, Nazi thing that the Nazis are doing. Right? Like, the new Nazi strategy is to pretend like communists and Nazis are the same. That way it'll terrify centrists to remain centrists, that they won't turn to the communists, because they'll be like, oh, the communists are the same as the Nazis, right? So, big red flag all over that guy. Just straight up, like, Nazi apologism kind of level stuff. Because, like, the best part is, like, even if that was all true, right? Even if all of that was true, it doesn't excuse what's going on, which is fundamentally what this guy is trying to do. He's trying to justify the genocide, right? Because he's a Nazi. Pretty black and white, frankly. Red socialist? Yeah, okay, bud. I live in Malaysia. Oh, you live in Malaysia, Mayday? No shit. Didn't Malaysia have a coup, like, really, really recently? Oh, no. Sorry, my bad. That's Myanmar. My bad. Malaysia. Hold on. Don't tell me. Where's Malaysia? That's a good one, dude. Malaysia. Like, I keep thinking it's in the South Asian Sea, but that seems wrong. I just think it's wrong. I just think that I'm wrong. That if I'm going to look at it, I'm going to look at it. There's Indonesia. I was right. I was right the whole time. I should have believed in myself. All right, cool. Malaysia. Kuala Lumpur, Singapore. The only time you ever hear about anything coming out of Malaysia is when somebody gets caned in Singapore. That's all. Although Singapore is not part of Malaysia, right? Like it's its own thing, even though it's like on the thing. Am I right about that? I don't want to say too much more because I don't know that much about Malaysia. Like I'm not the God King of Malaysia. Ale. Talking about World War II. In Italy, Mussolini commanded, and because Hitler forced him to use his rules, everybody hate him. Do you think that's right? Dude, Mussolini was a fucking fascist. Like Mussolini, like the story is not Mussolini was a good guy who had an idea that Hitler used and took and corrupted. Nope. Big hard stop on that idea, okay? So if you're sitting there thinking to yourself, this Mussolini guy actually sounds like he's got some good ideas. Nope. Full hard stop. Like full hard stop. Like Mussolini was a brutal fascist. He was hung. He was literally hung by his own people. Like they hung him upside down until he died. Right? The Italians hung him upside down until he died. He was not a good man. So the story is not the story is definitely not Hitler corrupted Mussolini. No. Oh, AK man, are you one of these guys that like fetishizes Japan? This Japanese fetishization that happens? Like, what's the population of Japan right now? It's probably like 1/10 of China, right? Japan population. 125 million? Yeah. So like 1/8. No. Sorry, like 1/12. Like 8%. I'm fucking up my fractions, everybody. Right? Yeah. Like, and Japan also had the benefit of, as you say, it got rebuilt by the West, right? The West has funneled lots of money into Japan because it wanted it, and it has turned Japan into a military base, right? Like Japan is super important to the West, right? It's an unsinkable aircraft carrier off the coast of Korea, and hey, there's Russia, hey, there's China, right? This is a super important military asset for the United States. So for sure, they're going to pour tons of money and tons of assets into this, right? They're going to make sure that Tokyo and Okayama and all these places are like really like well taken care of and everything's going well. They don't want to have a rebellion, right? They want everybody to be doing super, super well here so that they can continue to launch attacks into China and continue to launch attacks into North Korea, South Korea, so they can do things in Taiwan Strait, right? Like Japan's super important military asset. So like, and then you compare that to like China, that's kind of been forced to build up its own assets and its own productive capacity by itself, right? You take a look at the difference in the land mass, you take a look at the difference in the makeup of the population, you take a look at the difference of the scale of the population. Like, yeah, like so what? Like it's just a really weird thing to point at. To be like, oh, Japan, population literally 1/12 the size of China, that had enormous United States backing because the United States wanted to turn it into a military base. Ale, I don't really know what your argument is. Sorry, bud. Like, but in Italy they use his rules. Like, I don't really know what you're talking about. I think Japan is whatever America tells it to be. That's what I think it is. Japan has a 5 trillion size economy. China is 18 trillion, but the population is 8 times less. So China should be much richer. Yeah, but what that should tell you, right? What that should tell you is that like Japan has peaked at that level, right? That's where Japan is, and that's where Japan will stay. China is not going to stay at that level, right? Like China is building its productive forces. China is building its productive capacities. Literally, literally 150 years ago, China was experiencing what they call 100 years of humiliation. They were considered the poor man of Asia, the kicking man of Asia. Literally everybody was invading them, including Japan, destroying them. There was a big opium crisis that was going on in China. There was a big disaster that was happening in China. It was an extremely poor country, right, that could not get out from underneath the boot of British, American, and Japanese imperialism. And it wasn't until Mao showed up and chased all those guys out, and they won a revolutionary war in order to seize control of China, that they were able to even begin the process of building their own productive capacity. Like, I think China has done very, 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 very well for itself, and it's going to continue showing how well it can do. That this whole point here, like China has 18 trillion, yeah, now, like it's on the ascendancy, like it's on the way up in a big, big way, and it's going to get exponentially more powerful, right? Because they're not going to squander what they're doing the way America did. Oh yeah, and I mean shit happens. Yeah, everyone is Japan happy. Like it's got to be the anime, eh? Like, and don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of Japanese anime. Like, do not get me wrong. But like, I feel like it's definitely blinded people. I think people are they've got like the big rose-colored glasses on when they talk about Japan. And they don't really want to talk about what Japan's history actually was. They don't really want to discuss what the relationship between Japan and America actually is, right? They just want, like, fun cartoons, Pokemon and shit, right? Mario comes out of Japan, you know. So I think that really colors people's perspective, and I mean, it's tough to argue with that. Japan has definitely become like a PR media centric society that definitely projects an image of harmlessness, right? That's really what Japan is projecting out into the world as hard as it possibly can. And some of the artists that have come out of I forget his name offhand, but the guy that did oh come on man, Mononaki, that's gonna haunt me. That's really gonna haunt me. That guy is a legitimate artist. There's this guy that keeps making movies in Japan, and every time he makes a movie and finishes it, he goes, "I've retired." And then he comes back like a year later and he's like, "I'm starting a new project." Right? Yeah, I do think that Japan gets fetishized, and I think that's the reason why. That like its propaganda strategy is much more subtle and much more interesting, frankly, than the American strategy. The American strategy, Miyazaki, yeah, Hayao Miyazaki, for sure, a legitimate artist, like a genuine genius, and it can't be debated. No one can stand in front of me and say that he is anything but an artistic genius, for sure, like absolutely. And I just love him because every single time he makes a movie, he's just like, "I've retired. I'm out. Miyazaki out." Actually, I straight up think he's going to do that until the day he dies. He'll probably die, and then they'll release another film somehow. He'll just like, it'll be the film that he released from the grave, right? And so like American propaganda is much more ham-fisted, and it's much more easy to see through, I think. That like a lot of it is very just like, America, fuck yeah, look how cool we are, Bugattis, right? Like it's all very, but there's like a grotesqueness to it. There's like a gaudiness to it. It's very gauche. It's all very like tawdry, right? Whereas Japan's propaganda system is very delicate. That the films that they release and the art that they're releasing and the video games that they release and all of this kind of stuff, it's all it is all excellent, and it's all but it's all based on a very simple theme, which is the theme of American propaganda is America's the greatest country in the world. We're the greatest. Everything we do is the best. Even when we fuck up, we're still the best, right? The theme that surrounds Japanese propaganda is we are fundamentally harmless. Pay no attention to Japan. Don't even look our way. There's no reason to look at us. The only time you do look at us is us delighting you. Look how delightful we are. Right, here's little Italian plumber man Mario, right? Here's some nice anime for you, right? Yeah, Chainsaw Man, right? Like Goku and shit. Pokemon, right? We are fundamentally harmless. That's the nature of Japanese propaganda. And it's very it's obviously effective. Like people who like these people who are fetishizing Japan, I think, have just sort of bought in. It's kind of like believing that the stripper actually likes you. You know, it's got that kind of feel. It's that kind of vibe. It makes total sense. Like, it's obvious why Japan would use this strategy. Canada does a similar thing. Like, Canada very much has this sort of idea of like, hey, at least they're not attacking us. Like, that's more or less the Canadian experience, right? And a lot of our art is just basically built around the idea of like, oh, wow, eh? That's it. That's the whole that's all Canadian art. Oh, wow, eh? Oh. Everything that gets released in Canada is just straight up just oh wow. Oh. I can't believe we're even here, eh? Oh. My man, look at vassals of the East. Look at Iran, some of the worst civil rights, cost of living, and climate. You know, again, dude, I feel like people really do like to decontextualize the reality of what's actually going on. In the same way that, like, the Nazis just get eliminated when you talk about Stalin, or that, like, you're just not supposed to discuss the Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, North Korea war when you're discussing China, right? You just ignore these enormous major events that are happening in the world and major situations that are going on. You just ignore them, right? Like, which is wild, right? It's really, really wild to me that people like are discussing Stalin and the Nazis just don't exist. 25 million Russians are killed by the Nazis. Doesn't matter. Nope. Every decision that the Soviets made happened in a vacuum and should be discussed in a vacuum with no connection whatsoever to this enormous looming capitalist threat that killed 25 million of them. Nope. Should absolutely no reason to do that. Well, you're doing the same thing to Iran, right? Hey, did you know that Iran experienced a coup by the Americans back in like the 80s? Was it the 80s? The Shah? Right? Hey, did you know that Iraq, Afghanistan were invaded by the Americans like 23 years ago? And that they only just recently left Afghanistan? And by left Afghanistan, they officially left, but then left behind like a bunch of paramilitary groups. And the Taliban took over? Did you know that? Did you know that like Iraq has like broken up into like several different groups, and it's like technically a democracy, but people don't even show up to vote because they just think it's total bullshit? Oh, hey, do you know about the war that's happening in Syria? And hey, oh yeah, did you know about this major conflict that's going on in Israel? Have you heard about it? Did you hear about it at all? Right? And hey, oh man, you're just not going to believe it, my man. You see this? You see this? You see this right down here? This here is Saudi Arabia. Did you know that for like hundreds of years now, Saudi Arabia and Iran have like been at odds with one another, and that Saudi Arabia's number one ally is the United States? Did you know that? You know that? You know that? So look, my man. Look, my man. Iran is a country that is surrounded by war. It is absolutely surrounded by destruction and warfare. It's absolutely like Pakistan is in disarray, in a conflict with India constantly. Hey, there's that border. Every time you hear Pakistan, hey, whoa, what's that border? Oh my goodness. Like straight straight up, there was a war between Georgia and Russia that happened in 2003 or something that nobody gives a fuck about, right? Like, did you know that there's war around this region at all times, constantly, 100%, always, forever, and most of it is driven by the United States? Did you know that? So the fact that Iran has not collapsed due to the constant pressure and the constant warfare is itself what is impressive, right? All of this, like, oh, the life expectancy and the climate. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what war looks like. That's what an American-based war looks like. Abso-fucking-lutely. There's also conflict going on in Iran and Afghanistan because of territorial disputes in the desert region. Yeah, that's for sure. What is a truism? And this should just be understood as a truism, guys, is that if a country shares a border, that border is in dispute. That should just be understood. Minor border scuffles and minor border disagreements are constantly happening all of the time. Between nations that share borders, and no exceptions. And so if your brain thinks, oh goodness, Iran pressed on Turkmenistan's border to try to get a piece of resources over here, and that makes them bad. If that's your standard for what makes a country bad, then literally every country that exists is bad. Like, border disagreements exist on all borders, on all fronts, 100% of the time, constantly. That's true if you're Canada and America. That's true if you're the United States and Mexico. That's true if you're Brazil and Paraguay. That's true if you're Niger and Chad. That's true if you are France and Germany. That's true if you are China and India. So that's 100% true if you're Iran and Afghanistan. Right? It's 100%. And that's the reason why nobody's talking about it. Because to really talk about all these minor border scuffles, like, none of them ever build up to full-scale war. None of them really amount to much of anything, except maybe some minor negotiations at a table, right? Because countries are always negotiating this way, constantly. Yeah, Guyana and Venezuela is a great example to bring up right now. Guyana and Venezuela are having a major border dispute right now. And I would actually describe that border dispute as major, right? That goes beyond a border scuffle. This is literally Venezuela saying that this territory, and they've done a good job of showing this on the map, this territory here actually belongs to Venezuela, right? And that they're in talks now to have that annexation actually happen. So that's more than a minor border scuffle. This is a bit major, but it's something of a truism that, like, countries will do this stuff, and it's constant and it's forever. It happens all the time. So Iran is facing all of this, right? Iran is facing all of these wars. Iran is facing all of this struggle. Iran is facing coup attempts. Did you know that Donald Trump assassinated their major general? The major general of Iran was assassinated by Donald Trump. Like, Iran is in a state of perpetual warfare, and it's constantly fighting back. It's constantly fighting back. And what I've always come to say about Iran is that when you are in a position of existential threat, when a country is in a position of existential threat, they will turn to the people who are willing to shoot guns, willing to kill, right? And willing to defend your culture. And so when you need to turn to people who are willing to shoot guns and are willing to defend your culture, you're turning to far right militant theocrats. And there's just no, and I hate to break it to you, given the existential threat that Iran is facing, if I was in Iran, that's who I would want to have in power. Why? Because they rabidly believe in the culture of Iran, so they're not going to allow it to get cleansed. And I live there, right? And they're willing to pick up guns and shoot. So they're willing to fight for it. Yep. Yes, sirree, Bob. Let's get those militant theocrats in there for sure. Right? That if we actually cared about Iran, if we actually cared about what was going on in Iran, well, the first thing that we should do is get the Americans out of there. We should fucking get the Americans out of there. Get the Americans out of Afghanistan for real. Get the Americans out of Iraq. Get their fingers out of Syria. Get this whole fucking thing dealt with. Right? Like, literally, Israel is calling for the destruction of Iran. Like, so yeah, I bet Iran has bad quality of life right now. I bet. It's a miracle they haven't collapsed. Yeah. AK, I'm not disagreeing with you. They're a country that's in a perpetual state of war. Like, I just don't think you accept what that means. I just don't think you accept what that means. That the country is in a perpetual state of war. And who's driving that war? Right? Is it Iran that's driving that war? Or is it America? Right? And there is only one right answer. Yep, civil liberties greater than your whole country's sovereignty, I guess. Yeah. Like, if the Americans rolled the tanks into Tehran and started blowing the place apart, who gives a fuck about your civil liberties? Like, these are just hard truths that you're just not accepting. Right? Like, you can cry all you want about civil liberties, but if tanks roll into your country and start destroying places and they start causing a genocide like they're doing in Gaza right now, right? Nobody's going to cry about civil liberties. Yeah, Ale, I mean, I have looked at your comments. Like, I just think that, I just think you're wrong. Like, Mussolini was not a good guy. He wasn't like a champion of the people or something that just got corrupted by Hitler. Like, I think Mussolini was a piece of shit. And you could just read his own work. And you'll see pretty clearly Mussolini was a piece of shit. There's a reason he got hung. Like, it's sort of weird that there's Mussolini apologencia in the chat. It's kind of weird, honestly, that I'm supposed to be like, you know what? Mussolini actually was a good guy, actually. The creator of fascism. Actually a good guy in the end of it all, really. Weird. Kind of a weird position, honestly, dude. Vladimir Putin, good to see you. Thank goodness. We got a rational world leader in the chat. Iran has kept the people of Kurdish inside of it. You zoom in the Kurdish province with 3 million people. The Kurdish girl was killed by officials, and the Iran government got faced with protests. Yeah. Like, common, normal stuff. Like, people who attempt to demonize countries will take singular events and then blow them up and make them universal. Right? Like, every country has shit like that happen. Like, every country. Like the George Floyd protests in America. Right? Like, the question right, is who's driving the bus. Who's creating these conditions, right? And guess what? It's not actually Iran that's creating these conditions. Who's creating the conditions? Who keeps funding far-right groups in the region? Who keeps funding terrorist organizations? Who keeps cooing governments? Who keeps overthrowing people? Who at one point even overthrew Iran itself? Who assassinates Iranian generals? Who is committing a genocide within a day's drive away from your border? None of that's Iran. Like, if you want to criticize a place, maybe you should take your boot off their back first. Like, it's really weird. It's really, really weird that the apologists for Western imperialism will always ignore that Western imperialism exists. Like, it's really, really wild that you're gonna take a look at a protest that happened and be like, and that defines everything that could possibly exist in that region 100%. That's the defining characteristic right there. Nothing else. Like, you don't understand how many people the Iranian general Soleimani killed. Soleimani is well respected in Iran. I don't even know what you're talking about, dude. And yeah, like, people die in wars. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Again, who's driving the bus? Like, now we're getting into straight up delusional territory with you guys. Like, this is the first time that I've really started to think, like, oh, you guys are just sort of wacky. Like, this is beyond, like, I have positions and I want them challenged. Like, I feel like I'm starting to hit the wall with the two of you, because, like, and it really is coming down to just, like, you don't want to acknowledge that war exists, which is weird. There is no dispute about how bad of an evil terrorist Soleimani. I mean, maybe amongst you and your friends, right? Maybe amongst you and your friends, right? White Westerners, right? You get together and drink your beers and talk about how bad, like, Kim Jong-un is or whatever, right? I tend to listen to people who are from the region to build my opinion. Oh my God. Did you know, in fact, Mussolini was a part of a socialist party before he took power? Wonka, wonka, wonka. Now we're just flirting with Nazi propaganda, right? This is just straight up turning into some Nazi shit here. Like, now we're just embarrassing ourselves. Right? So what? It turns out that genocidal mass murderers are also liars. Holy shit, you guys. It turns out that people who are willing to murder millions of people, rob millions of people, and steal money from millions of people are also fucking liars. Whoa! Like, how fucking gullible are you? Like, come on. Like, how fucking gullible are you? Oh, wow. It says socialist and Nazi. Socialist. Nazis are socialists. Come on. Like, how fucking gullible can you be? This fucking Charlie Kirk brain dead bullshit. Oh, school history books. Oh, okay. No such thing as a politician who will put misinformation in a school book. That's never happened before. Oh, wait. That's literally happening here in Ontario right now. Like, literally. It's never been the case that school classes would contain lies and misinformation. That would never be the case. That's never happened in human history ever. Dude, we are stumbling into gullible territory. Now this is no longer like, you know, I have a perspective and I'm trying to challenge this perspective. This is now just like some gullible bullshit. This is straight up just like, but Daddy said so. Daddy said so, though. Daddy said so. Yeah, okay, your daddy said so. So fucking what? Who gives a shit? Daddy lied. Daddy's wrong. Like, did you know that the West has every single reason to want to demonize people who are their antagonists? Did you know that Hitler was a capitalist and that the Nazis were capitalists that were funded by capitalists, including capitalists like Henry Ford? Henry Ford was responsible for giving the Nazis the engines for their vehicles. Henry Ford received the Iron Cross for it. So the capitalist nation of Germany spawned out the Nazis, who went all around this place and went over to their antagonist, the communists, after rounding up a bunch of communists. Did you know that the first concentration camps were communist concentration camps? Did you know that? Did you know that? That the first concentration camps were communist concentration camps? And then the Nazis went over to communist land and murdered 25 million communists? Did you know that? And do you think that maybe the people who were responsible for committing such an atrocity against communists would then turn around and lie? Like, this is what's so crazy to me about these conversations. Like, how gullible can we get? Like, capitalists have literally every single reason to lie about communists. And they do. Constantly. And they put those lies in school books and they teach those lies to school children. Because they're liars. Who lie? All the time. Because it turns out the people who are willing to commit genocides openly in front of everybody are also fucking liars. Like, I don't get this idea. Yeah, sure, Hitler killed 25 million Russians, millions of people across Europe, a Holocaust, literally gas chambers and fire full of Jews, but he wouldn't lie. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, Jesus Christ. This is the result of the fucking education system, I guess. People just sucking down bullshit. Absolutely believe in the most gullible bullshit. Like, totally just like, oh yeah, go. It takes 30 seconds to check into this shit. And to take a look and be like, is that right? And now we've got it. My favorite part, right, is that now, like, the CIA is so all over Wikipedia that even this is like, as China is a Marxist-Leninist one-party authoritarian state. Literally on the page here, all the parties. One party? What are you talking about? It's literally on the page. Authoritarian? What does that even mean? I guess if you don't believe in the concept of rules and you worship chaos, then somebody passing a rule is authoritarian. Because that's near as what I can tell authoritarian means. It means somebody who passes a law and then expects that law to be followed. Right? That the capitalists don't get to buy their way out of it. See, it seems to me that's what authoritarian means. The only thing they get right is Marxist-Leninist. The NPC has been characterized as a rubber stamp for the ruling kind of Communist Party. Like, imagine believing this shit. Yeah, I'm sure it's been characterized by the CIA. Like, just a modicum of skepticism, eh? Just like a little tiny dollop of skepticism. Just a little itsy bitsy, little bitsy tiny bit of skepticism when you hear this kind of dumb shit. Because it's dumb shit. Like, it's dumb shit. The system of capital has literally every single reason to lie. And it does. And if you believe it, then you're a gullible rube. Yeah, XD, I think you're right. It's been a fun journey, though, hasn't it? I've rather enjoyed it. That eventually you hit this wall with people. Eventually there comes a wall. It's about just finding where the wall is, right? And finding where they're no longer able to rationally move forward, right? When is it that a person is no longer able to rationally move forward, right? And for some people it's earlier, right? Flat earthers come in here, right? Climate change denialists, Nazi collaborators, right? Like Nazi apologists, people who have just bought into the idea that Nazism is fine, right? Like those people exist. So like, I'll take a source on that, AK. Soleimani was only popular among the theocratic followers. The overwhelming majority of Iranians strongly opposed their government. More than 80% of people in Iran oppose their government. I'll take a source on that. That's a strong claim, right? So I'll take a source on that. You can tell me what to Google search. You can tell me what to look at. Don't try to put a link in the chat because it's not going to work. Google doesn't, YouTube rather doesn't let that happen. But you seem pretty confident in that claim, so should be easy to find, right? Should be a poll, right? Should be something that we can look at. Yeah, yep. More 2024, more like 1984. Saddam is a terrorist, so we have to do regime change. Assad is a terrorist, so we have to regime change. Gaddafi is a terrorist, so we have to regime change. Iran is a terrorist, so we have to regime change. They will never learn. Yep. I mean, we sort of exist. Let's find out. Opinion survey reveals overwhelming majority rejecting Iran's regime. Well, that's a different claim than what you made, but okay. Opinion survey reveals overwhelming majority rejecting Iran's regime. Yeah, let's do it. No, I'm look, evidence is evidence, right? So, how much do you want to bet that the article is just lying? Who wants to place the bets on this? How many people want to bet that the headline is going to have absolutely nothing to do with the poll? Right? Oh, this is really fresh though. This is really quite new. 2023? That's relatively new comparatively. So are we going to see me change my tune in real time? Let's find out. You'll find me more sympathetic to Gaddafi than Saddam, I think. Saddam was a CIA plant in the first place. Well, I mean, Pew is still okay, right? Evidence is evidence, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, if you don't like this evidence, then find other evidence. An opinion survey involving 158,000 people showed more than 80% reject the Islamic Republic and prefer a democratic government, right? Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, I understand why people would want that. Of Iranian respondents, 99 responded, okay. No opting against Islamic Republic. In a follow-up question, those answered no. The survey asked if they preferred democratic and secular alternative political system. Of those, 28% inside Iran, 32% outside Iran would prefer a presidential republic. Yeah, I mean, like, no one's arguing that it's great. You know what I mean? Like, that when you're in a period of war, you're not happy about it. Like, I want I want a fairy to jerk me off with a rainbow, but like, tough shit, right? While 60% of respondents inside Iran describe themselves as proponents of regime change as a precondition for any meaningful change, only 6% support gradual reforms, 11% support the principles of the Islamic Republic. Yeah, I mean, I think this is what's called an inevitability. Like, it is an inevitability that that the war stops, right? That this whole thing cools down. It is an inevitability that that occurs. I'd be really actually quite curious to see what polling looks like now with the Israel situation going on. The survey revealed 85% of respondents in Iran who support the protests agree with the formation of a so-called Solidarity Council or Opposition Council comprising prominent activists. Yeah. 73% inside the country believe that Western companies should defend the protesters' rights by seriously pressuring Tehran. Wow, that's wild. Of the Iranian respondents inside the country, 96% support this view. In contrast, around 19% of respondents inside the country think that Western powers should not intervene as the protests are an internal matter. That's actually crazy, dude. Like, that's pretty wild, actually. 73% inside the country believe that Western countries should defend the protesters' rights by seriously pressuring Tehran. Oh man, I don't think the Iranians understand what they're asking for. Like, let's just let the Westerners in here. Also, a majority of 70% agree with Western government prescribing the Islamic Revolutionary as a terrorist organization, expelling the ambassadors of the Islamic Republic. Oh yeah, this is what I respect. I respect this, AK. I got to tell you, this is evidence, right? No. This is evidence. Like this is a poll. Yeah, what is this site? The Iran International Newsroom. It is true. Like, what's the veracity of the poll? Like, that's a fair thing to say. In the original version, a mistaken statement was published saying the methodology of the survey was not fully clear. Further investigation, paragraph 5 was amended. So what are they talking about there? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In a press release shared with Iran International. So I actually feel like it's worth our time to look this up. Because, like, is this literally like CIA? Oh, geez. Okay. Like, if this is literally like a CIA funded organization, wouldn't that be great? Like, we're all gonna do this in real time. We're gonna find out that, like, this Iranian International with this poll here, and you're like, okay, seems very convincing. Right? Overwhelming numbers. And then we're going to take a look at the thing itself. It turns out that it's literally going to be like... Here we go. A Persian language news television channel headquartered in London. Okay. Already big red flag, right? Like, boop. Okay. Hey, hold on. Look, evidence is evidence, okay? Come on. Let's investigate. Iran International is a Persian language news television channel headquartered in London, aimed at Iranian viewers and broadcasting free to air by satellite. Iran International was established in May 2017 in London and has broadcast its programs for both London and Washington, D.C. Not exactly independent, right? Not exactly coming out of Iran. Like, not exactly... Okay, but that's fine. So far, their location... In February 2023, Iran International moved its headquarters temporarily to Washington, D.C., due to increased threats from the Iranian government against Iran International's UK-based journalists. But back to London in 2023, it is available online. Iran International. This is what's it's owned by Volant Media UK. It's weird that I can't click on this and find out more about them. It is licensed in the United Kingdom to Global Media Circulating Limited as an editorial news service based in London. So it's at least disingenuous, right? Like it's when I hear Iran International, I sort of think of a station that exists at least in the Middle East. Iran International claims to have 20 million viewers, despite the Iranian government uses satellite jammers. Like, so obviously the Iranian government considers this hostile. Like, this article itself is and I mean, obviously it's hostile. It's coming out of Britain, right? So this is a hostile news organization that we're just learning about. It also is known that the channel has ties with the Saudi Arabian royal family, with some funding for the channel coming from people closely associated with them. So okay, we're yeah. Hey, look, AK, I'm gonna lay this out, okay? Like, I'm still gonna follow up with this poll. We're not finished. I'm not capping this, but I am gonna let you know that so far, a news organization that is coming out of Britain that is funded by the Saudi royal family is highly antagonistic to Iran. This is literally the enemies of Iran, right? Like, just straight up the people who are seeking the wholesale destruction of Iran. Okay? So that changes the veracity of the evidence. Okay? And that should be obvious why. Right? It should be really obvious why that's the case. Like, Britain and Washington have cooed the Iranian government in living memory. The Saudis have been at odds with the Iranians since time immemorial, right? Yeah, I mean, but what's so funny, like, is this investigative journalism? Like, is this investigative journalism? Is this it? Is this it? It's so easy. Like, this is so easy. I'm blown away that, like, how is the mainstream media failing at this so badly? Like, it's so easy. Like, and all it takes is just looking at it. And so like, it's an interesting poll, but I can't take it very seriously, my man. And the reason why I can't take it very seriously is because it's a poll that's being done by the literal enemies of Iran. Right? Like, what would be much more convincing, and what usually is more convincing, is like polling data that comes out of like institutions like Harvard or Oxford, even, right? And I know that they're still Western, and so there's like a little kind of thing, but these are organizations that usually need, like, there's peer review. There's people being like, I don't think so, within their own organization. Like, they want to get it right for the security of their own reputation and the security of what they are. They're not sitting there being like, people won't look into it. Like, yeah, we will. Here we are. We're looking into it. I don't trust this poll, and I don't trust this organization for real clear reasons. Like, I really think that you should accept why that is, right? Like, and understand me, man. I don't really have a horse in that race, right? Like, my heart goes out to the people of Iran. I think that it's a miracle that Iran has not fallen. It's a fucking miracle that Iran has not fallen. But this is unconvincing, right? This is super, super unconvincing. I am not convinced by this. Because, yeah, the enemies of nations will lie. They'll tell enormous lies, grand lies, grotesque, overwhelming lies. And I've got no reason to believe these people, right? Like, I just don't believe them, and for very clear reasons. Like, I feel like if I just keep reading, it's just going to get worse, you know? Yeah, according to the Middle East Eye, Iran International is a media platform for the Iranian opposition. Karos Ziarabi of Alt Monitor wrote, it does not shy away from presenting itself as an opposition media organization, and frequently gives the microphone to guests who criticize the Iranian government. That's not in and of itself bad. The channel has been referred to as an Iranian exile news outlet by Buzo Dezari of The Independent. The channel is known for raising the profile of Reza Pahlavi, the last heir apparent to the former Iranian throne. Right? Like, oh, they're giving a platform to the monarchy, you know? It also airs coverage of People's Mujahideen of Iran, including live broadcasts of their rallies. The claim of responsibility of the Avaz military parade attack was made through Iran International. In 2020, the TV broadcast performance of Iranian singers who were flown to the United States to the winter at Tandoor Festival. Iran International does not run television advertisements. I just need to be clear about that. Yeah, I mean, like, it's sort of unfortunate because an organization like this probably should exist. It's just, I just can't really, like, I'm not going to, I'm not going to base my opinion on this. Like, so the enemies of Iran say this about them. That's where I've landed. This is what the enemies of Iran want us to think and want us to hear. And that's still good information. That's still good information. And AK, you're saying you are from Iran? Like, you're not in Iran, obviously. But you're from Iran. Yeah, Mayday. I'll need a quote. I'll need a quote on that. I'll need a source for that. This is fun. This is good. Iran's mass killing of protesters. So you got to be careful with this kind of thing, right? Because what can happen? Because what can happen is events can get really muddy, right? And it's easy to pretend as though an event went one way when it went another way. So, like, the Tiananmen Square massacre is like this. The Tiananmen Square massacre, as far as the West is concerned, was the Chinese government using its overwhelming authority to crack down on peaceful protesters. When anybody who does any serious investigation on that event finds out that it was a color revolution funded by the CIA, and that the only people who actually died were Chinese police officers, right, by the hands of the protesters. That the tank man that stood in front of the tank, well, if you watch the rest of the video, he runs off, right, and the tank continues on, right, and so it's easy for Western media to pretend like one thing happened and then another thing happened, but this is Al Jazeera, right? Fact check. Has Iran sentenced 15,000 protesters to death? The Iranian judiciary has confirmed that 5 individuals have been sentenced to death in cases linked to protests. For total clarity, we here at the Canadian Commie do not support the death penalty on principle. We understand that cultures use it, and we understand that it exists, but we don't support it on principle. Reports that the Iranian state has sentenced approximately 15,000 people to death for participating in the now 2 months of protests in the country have circulated widely. First reported, the protest in question has been in the streets, every day. Yeah, we're well aware of these protests. And every culture has protests. Everybody has protests. Demonstrators following the death in Berlin, right? The protesters in question, but Trudeau later deleted the tweet. Is the 15,000 figure real? Thousands have been arrested. Some have been sentenced to death. Numbers are nowhere near the 15,000. 15,000 is the number of people believed to have been arrested. So mass arrests, pretty brutal. According to overseas-based human rights and media organizations, the same sources have reported that more than 350 protesters have been killed. So this is definitely like a violent clash, for sure. The news of the executions appears to have stemmed from a statement signed by the 227 of Iran's 290 parliamentarians that said people engaged in moharibah, waging war against God, should be dealt with decisively with a response that would teach an example. Oh yeah, these are convincing statements. Along with corruption on earth, moharibah is among the charges used by Iranian judiciary that can carry the death penalty, hence the apparent misreporting that led to the claim. The statement was criticized online. Some lawyers tried to clarify the position. Days later, a document began circulating. However, the latter appears to be fake, as the list of lawmakers is old, includes former members of parliament. How many people have been sentenced to death? The fact that exaggerated reports have been debunked does not mean that no execution sentences have been handed out. To an unnamed rioter who is charged with corruption on earth, setting fire to the government center, disturbing public order, collusion for committing crimes against national security. So the kind of thing that America would execute somebody for. The judiciary also announced on Wednesday that 4 more individuals have received death sentences connected to protests. 2 individuals were sentenced for using a knife in the street to cause fear and terror for the people. Protests have continued to spread across the country, videos coming out on daily despite severe internet protests and strikes were held on Tuesday and Wednesday. Iranian authorities have refrained from releasing official tallies of how many people have been killed, but they say that more than 40 members of the security forces have been killed. So these are violent clashes for sure. This is back in 2022, right? Yeah, like, my man, nobody's going to argue that the region is not experiencing, like, turmoil, right? Turmoil. That I think my initial point stands pretty strong, which is that Iran's concern is for its internal security. That's what it's concerned about. That I ostensibly in a vacuum agree with you. I am not pro theocratic militant. Like that's not where I'm at. Right. But like you do have to acknowledge the war. And that's what I think is not being really taken seriously, right? Is the war. That a protest can be a color revolution. A protest can be a way for external forces to enter the country. That I don't really believe that the opposition's claim that most of the people of Iran are totally cool with the American government coming in and taking care of certain situations. I don't really believe that claim. Like, I think that there would be, if it was as overwhelming as 70% of the population, I think that there would be more significant things actually happening. Certainly there's turmoil. Certainly there's disarray. Who's driving that bus? Right? Who's driving that bus? It's not Iran. Right? It isn't. It's not Iran. Iran is responding to what's going on. And I find that when you end up critiquing someone who's responding to an event without including the event they're responding to, you can make anybody look crazy. You can make anybody look crazy. You can make anybody look crazy. Do you believe that Canada's leftism will lead it to socialism? No, I don't. I think that Canada had a moment of, just like America, we experienced a moment of what could be considered socialism or what could be considered a swing to the left. Throughout sort of the New Deal period, Canada ended up getting universal health care passed through, which was pretty significant. But since then, it's been a regression. It's just been a series of regressions since then. And that regression is very clearly the capitalists taking over, taking control and purging out all of those left elements. It's been more effective in America. Canada has proven to be slightly more resilient. There's less of us, which is why, right? So it's easier to get organized and cause problems for the political class when you have a smaller population. But that doesn't mean they haven't been trying really hard to dismantle any kind of forward progressive sort of thinking, right? Yeah, AK, I think I'm okay. Like, I think I'm good. I'm already well over time, right? Look, and look, my man, you don't need to convince me that militant theocrats do bad things. Like, that's not my point. And I feel like if you think that that's what you're trying to show me, then you're missing my point, right? I'm going to say it just one last time, and then I'm going to just kind of close out, I think, and talk to this Mayday point again, because I think it's a good thing to talk about. My point is that Iran is experiencing a major conflict. There is major conflict around its borders, and there is a country that has shown over and over and over and over and over again, and is very outspoken, that it wants to destroy Iran. It wants to take it over. It wants to coup the government. It wants to take it over, and it wants to install its own people. None of that is going to be good for Iran, right? Absolutely 0% of that is going to be good for Iran. And what evidence do I have of that? Literally all the times they've done it. What is happening in Iran is deeply unfortunate. The militant theocrats that run the place are not good people, right? Like, is that what you want me to say? That they're not good people? But what I can absolutely assure you, beyond the shadow of a doubt, is that if your objective or if your thought is that the West will come in there and help Iran, you are fucking fooling yourself. You are fooling yourself at the highest possible level that a person can be fooled. Right? And what evidence do I have for that? Literally Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Libya. Like, these things have happened real recently. Real recently. And if you think the people who have done this to these countries, while simultaneously also, hey, there's a genocide right here, are going to come into your country, into Iran, and do good things, you are fucking fooling yourself. That the people of Iran will beg for the militant theocrats' return if the Americans go into Iran and take over. So, I understand why you feel the way you do. But I am telling you, for as bad as you feel these militant theocrats are, the Americans will be 10-fold worse, 100-fold worse. Because at least the militant theocrats live in the country. At least they have a concept of the legacy of Iran. At least they may be somewhat incentivized to build something of a stable community in the place that they live. America does not give a fuck about the Iranians. They will enslave and harvest Iran for their own benefit. That is their goal. That is what they will do. And I'll say it again. That should the Americans go into Iran and take Iran over, the people of Iran will beg for the return of the militant theocrats. That's a guarantee. That's my point. I don't give a fuck if these militant theocrats are bad people. Okay. You see what America does, right? Ugh. Canada is regressing, just like the United States, in a big, serious way. You can take a look at what's going on in Ontario, right? Like, Ontario has regressed pretty seriously and pretty significantly. The Mike Harris years were a major regression. The Doug Ford years have been a major regression in terms of the democratic structure and the democratic system that exists. There's been major, major regressions. The the attack that the Ford administration has done on our healthcare system, with the help of the Trudeau administration, is extremely regressive. And will there ever be like a nail in the coffin? We'll see. But we are about to swing pretty far to the right here with a Poilievre election. That the business class and the evangelicals have been trying for a long time to seize power again in Canada, and they are about to with Pierre Poilievre. And that has all of the hallmarks of just a ferocious, ferocious regression. Like it's and like, should the Conservatives take majority power, given how Canada's electoral system works, if they are the majority government, there's nothing stopping them from just plunking a 3,000-page document down on the table and saying, now that's the law. That's the way it actually works here in Canada. And you might be able to challenge pieces of that law to the charter, right, in the courts, right, give it a charter challenge and all that kind of stuff. But I assure you that the Conservatives are clever enough to know how to circumvent and get around those concerns. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty major regressive period. I think that the Trudeau period, like, it's going to be austerity. It's going to be major cuts. And how do I know? Because that's what they say, right? So, anybody who thinks Canada is going to progress towards socialism, that's a total joke. That's not going to happen. The only way any Western country has experienced anything that can be remotely called a move towards socialism is when people have gotten into the streets and surrounded the halls of power. It's literally the only time it's ever happened, which is what I advocate for. AK says, from my understanding, the Liberal government legalized marijuana. Would a Conservative majority illegalize it? No, because the Conservatives only have one ethos: more money, me good. And legal marijuana is something that you can tax. Legal marijuana is something that you can make money off of. Corporate power structures can make money off of it. So there's already a lot of corporate money involved in the system, and there's already a lot of government boon from doing it. So the Conservatives are not going to come into power and make it illegal again. Because just very straightforwardly, more money, me good. And that's it. Like, what the Conservatives are going to do is what Conservatives have always done. They're going to cut taxes. And they'll cut taxes for, quote unquote, the middle class. Like they'll cut your tax by 2% or whatever, and you'll go, I got $100 off my taxes, right? They'll get rid of the carbon tax because that's one of their major planks. So, and they're climate change denialists. So, off we go. Not that the carbon tax was actually working, but that's a whole other conversation. And then they're going to slash services. So that's the general strategy. And the major difference between this time around for a Conservative government and the last time we had a Conservative government is that this time there's established Conservative provincial premiers, governors. So you've got like Doug Ford, you got like Scott Moe, you got Danielle, whatever her fucking last name is. I'm blanking on it all of a sudden, right? Just a bunch of kooky lunatic Conservatives that are interested in harvesting the provinces that they work for, right? And so there's literally nothing that's going to stand in their way. Like you're literally looking at like Manitoba, Manitoba has an NDP government right now, right? Quebec always with the bloc, right? BC technically has like an NDP government, or I think they went. I don't remember where BC went offhand, but literally the last NDP premier, when he left power, he went to go work for a coal company. So it's like it's total fucking bullshit. Uh, Erica Monet asks, "What are my pronouns?" He, him. I don't really like. I don't really get why people are so like about it. Like, get over it. Like, for real. Like, fucking get over it. Like, some people, it really matters to some people. So what? So let it. Like, I don't get this. I just don't. Like, in Dave Chappelle's newest comedy special, he like absolutely came out as a transphobe. He like tells a story about how like he's been telling like trans jokes and like flirting with that idea of but like he outright admits completely that he has transphobic feelings, and that what he is wrestling with is his own transphobia. Like, it's getting really obvious, okay? Like, it's getting really, really, really obvious that like what we are dealing with is very straightforwardly ew. That's it. It's just people being like, "Eh," and that's it. Just their own sense of disgust at the idea. And that's really all it's come down to now. And it's getting naked. Like, Dave Chappelle has made it naked in his most recent special. Like, before, it was just sort of flirting with it and just being like, "Oh, okay, and well, what about this idea and what about this thought?" Now he's just straight out saying that trans people make him feel weird. That's it. He's just straight up saying that trans people make him feel weird. And people are going, "Trans people do make me feel weird." Get over it. Grow up. Like, grow up. Just straight up. Just grow up. So what? Like, it affects you not even a tiny, tiny little bit. Like, not even a tiny, tiny little bit. It's just really weird and really wonky at this point. That it feels like it's being intentionally hung on to. Right? Like, it feels like like people are clinging onto it. Like, it has to be this way. It's got to be the case. There is only two sexes. It is a biological, hard, factual truth that there is only two biological sexes and there's nothing in between. Completely false. Verifiably false. Scientifically false. Factually false. Physically false. False on every single level that you can contemplate and consider. There is a rainbow array. There is a spectrum, right? There are many things that can happen to a person when they are in the womb that alter not just their genetics, but just their physical makeup to make it a lot grayer than you think. And it really is this simple. Have you ever seen like a little person? Have you ever seen like a dwarf? What we would previously call a midget? You ever see that? You ever see a person like that? Right? So that can happen to a person's height. But you just don't think it can happen to a person's junk. Why? It's weird. It's just a weird ideological belief system that says that for some reason your boy bits or your lady bits are sacred somehow, and that they only exist in two configurations and nothing else. Complaining about a society becoming gay is as concerning as complaining about society becoming opium addicts. Yikes. Big yikes. That's some just fresh homophobia right there. That's just some straight up, I'm afraid of gay people. Well, something went wrong. Like, no, it's not wrong. It's just something is different than the binary that you are comfortable with. That's all. And you present it as wrong because you are a homophobe. You're afraid of it for no reason. Yeah, so, I mean, if it's such a small percentage of the population, why are you making a big deal about it? Yeah, so how is 1 to 2% of the population society becoming gay? Now, here comes the anecdotal evidence. Yeah, Oopzilla, I do tend to see your point. I don't know how. I don't know to what degree I'm willing to completely go in that direction. For clarity, this is what Oopzilla wrote. Trans stuff is a deliberate psyop distraction that affects almost no one. I think that there's definitely something to this. That it is interesting that all of the sudden the society is being inundated with it. It is interesting that this has been the thing that has captured the attention of the nation. On the other hand, I do believe very strongly in zeitgeists, and I believe very strongly that humanity can be taken up in hysterias and taken up in and can be entranced. I think it would be I think where I stand on this is it would be fairest to say that the system is constantly trying to find distractions. It's constantly trying to find ways to distract us. And so it's constantly throwing out distractions. And some things stick. Like they're trying to do it right now with aliens. Right? Like they're trying to do that distractionary tactic with aliens. And it's working to a degree. I think it's working to a certain degree. It hasn't quite taken over the zeitgeist yet, but I believe it could. I believe we could become a society that becomes exclusively entranced with the idea that there are actually aliens. And we should actually have a serious discussion about what it means to live in a intergalactic community and for aliens to exist. And what should we do about that? And the alien conversation, right? And that distraction definitely is being pushed forward and is being put forward. What makes the trans distraction so interesting is not that they tried to do it, but that it has taken hold so well. That's what's more interesting. That I think is something that is worth discussing. That we are experiencing a hysteria about it. Certainly that hysteria is being augmented and elevated by the culture itself. The culture itself wants us to have those conversations and not conversations about, hey, how come my paycheck is so shitty? Hey, why do I even have owners? So it's interesting, but it's interesting that has taken hold of us. And I think it has taken a hold of us because we have this supremacist purity mindset that a binary is pure. And the existence of homosexuality muddied that conversation, but then it came into focus because it itself also became a binary, right? Oh, you're just a man that wants to have sex with another man. You're just a woman that wants to have sex with another woman. Oh, that's just another binary that exists. Man have sex with woman. Woman have sex with man. Man have sex with man. Woman have sex with woman. It's all fine. Stuff like bisexuality and then finally trans people eliminate this binary. That the binary loses focus. And if you have a purity-based supremacist worldview, you just can't go along with it. You just can't. You just can't accept that there is this spectrum. even though it's perfectly understandable. Right? And so I think that's what's really entranced people, and that's the reason why they can't get over it. Because the existence of a trans person, like, I watched people in my life, and myself included, grapple with the homosexuality issue, and it really did come down to just straight people asking themselves, am I gay? Nah. And that's it. It really came down to that for a lot of people. And the trans conversation is different because it's forcing people to confront their worldviews. It's forcing people to confront, like, wait, if our sexuality is not binary, then what else is not binary? Like, wait a minute. Like, there's so little. Like, we live in a culture where one of the major perspectives is you have control of your life. You have control of your life. You are the author of your own fate. Clean your room, get out there and go do it. Buck up. Stop complaining. Don't listen to Marx. Right? So the very existence of a trans person affronts this idea, affronts the concept that you don't have fucking control. Like, what are you talking about? You could have been fucked up in the womb. Like, you could have got jacked up by life in the womb. You could have literally come out with boy parts, but in every other way been a woman. Right? That 100% can happen. For sure. It does happen. It's been documented. The American Medical Association has documented it. Right? And I just think that people cannot handle this. They just cannot handle that it's not simply about saying, am I gay? No, I'm not gay. Okay, good, moving on. It's literally opening up your heart and your mind and your soul to the reality that if the universe wants you, it's going to get you. I think it's too much. I think it's too much for people. Gay people are less likely to exist in certain nations because they get killed and chased away, or don't open themselves up because they get beat up for it. Yeah. Correcting it? You don't correct it. That's not what you do. You can kill it. You can eliminate it. Yeah, you can create eugenics if you like, right? Which will fail because you're fighting God, but that's fine. Like Mayday, I gotta tell you, my man, like pretty brutal, like pretty brutal, right? Yeah, like and moreover, it's not something you can correct. Like you're legitimately saying that nature got it wrong, and that me, Mayday, knows better than nature itself. It's a real strange perspective to take. It's a real weird position to take, if you ask me. That you know more than God. Weird. Yeah, source required. That's just bullshit, dude. That's just bullshit you're saying to yourself to feel good about your homophobia. Oh. I'm sorry, dude. In centuries ago, gay wasn't as prevalent as today. Oh, my man. Like, you are so wrong. Like, it's amazing how wrong you are. Like, it's so amazing how wrong you are. Like, did you know that, like, if you go to, let's say, like, the Roman Empire is a great one. Like, they had fucking orgies. Like fucking gay-ass orgies. Like, yeah, gays have parental abuse. Yeah, get completely fucked. Yeah. Some argue gay was a product of liberalism, not a homophobe, by the way. Fed by this freedom stuff and wave of personality after an industrial revolution. Before that, men had to be men. Strong, work, etc. There is no documented cases of homosexuality ever in human history until post-industrial revolution, and unless you include the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, the British Empire. Like, my man. Like, my man. Like, my man. Like, it's just like charmingly. Yeah, you are, dude. Like, that's the worst part, Mayday, is that you think you're not. You 100% are. Like, you think that being gay is something that should be corrected, right? You think it's something that should be corrected. You think there's something wrong with these people. You think that they experienced parental abuse, right? Like, you like this is basic homophobia number one. I'm not homophobic, I just care too much. That's so good. That's so good, man. I'm like so well over time. I'm like almost an hour over, but this conversation is just like, I do want to remind everybody, because there's a couple of people in the chat now who have called for this guy to get banned. Okay, I remind everybody that I am sympathetic to homophobes because I was once a homophobe. So I'm actually quite sympathetic to homophobes in regard, like, I feel sympathy for the position that they're in. And it would be nice to be able to find a method, find a way to be able to pierce through someone's homophobia. I just don't know how to do it. I just don't know how to do it. And moreover, I don't necessarily believe that it'll ever be like I say something and there'll be like a little like boo 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 boo, right? It's not how that works, right? People go away and things chew in their brain for a long period of time. Nah, Mayday, come on, my man. Like, come on. Come on, my man. I think I do have to ban you for that comment, my man. I think I do actually have to. Like, did you know gay people have more tendency to child abuse? But this one is true, and the percentages went up. Like, literally, like, gay people are pedos. Right? Like, that's the argument. I'm not hateful. I just think that gay people are child abusers. It's not bordering on hate speech, that guy. Like, this is straight hate speech. Like, it's the cluelessness too. Like, there's a cluelessness in it. You know? Like, this is pretty straightforward homophobia. Pretty black and white. Like people who are gay are lesser people. They're a subspecies, according to Mayday here. That being gay is something to be corrected. It's wrong, even though, like, this is how they're born, right? They didn't ask to be born this way. That's just how they are. They're not really hurting anybody, right? They just exist. Here they are, right? Everyone on Epstein's list is a straight cis person. Renovation 93 just coming over the top with just like, eat your pedo shit. Eat it. Boom. If my son was gay, would you be okay with it? I'm gonna play a song right now. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna do it. Here's a song I made. I made this song. Ooh, I might have to dislodge my little dog. Sorry, Milo. I think I gotta dislodge you. Yeah, here's a piece I wrote. Let me see if I can get things set up here properly. All right. Guitar's a little out of tune, but I was just a little boy when my mom and dad divorced. Through my tantrums, cried my tears, I'd keep their vows by force. Now that I'm an older man, I see it had to be this way. My love for them, it keeps on growing each and every day. Time passed me by so swiftly, I could have been a better man. Every day I'm trying to do the best things that I can, and though they're not the people I expected they would be, well, I love them all the same. I just want them to be free. 10 years, me and my wife, we traveled round the globe. Sacred vows and shared regrets, they filled our lives with hope. Then one day she tells me that a man is not for her. Well, those 10 years are a memory now, but my love for her still stirs, and time passed me by so swiftly, I could have been a better man. Every day I'm trying to do the best things that I can, and though she's not the person I expected she would be, well, I love her all the same, and I just want her to be free. My love had a little girl, a scrappy tomboy type. Watched her blossom like a flower, but she felt not quite right. Then one day she tells me she's a young man, not a girl. Well, I picked her up and held her close, then sent my son into the world. And time passed me by so swiftly, I could have been a better man. Every day I'm trying to do the best things that I can, and though he's not the person I expected he would be, well, I love him all the same. I just want him to be free, and though they're not the people I expected they would be, well, I love them all the same, and I just want them to be free. Oh, yeah. I got you, that guy. I fucking got you. Yeah, I believe in that song, you know? Yeah, I believe in that song. That I've written quite a few excellent pieces, but that one's got power. That one's got true power. Because the truth of the matter is that we are all just trying to get through this. That's all it is. We're all just randomly generated. We don't have control of it. We just spawn in. We don't know what's going on. It takes us a long time to figure it out. Some people figure it out faster than others, and some people slower than others, and there's all kinds of reasons for it. And so we should let go of it. We should let go of these expectations that we have for other people. And we should just embrace one another and enjoy the time we have together. Because we're not together for long. We're not going to be together for long. So why waste even a moment of it? Finding a reason to hate somebody. No. No, I won't do it. No thanks. I got you, Cotton. I got you. Yeah, I gotta start playing that music more, you know? I'm gonna buy a new guitar, I think. That's what's really been holding me down from wanting to do it, is I've been thinking I'm gonna get a new guitar. This old girl's played her tunes, I think. I'm gonna mount her on the wall right there, so I can always see her. Or maybe I'll make space in the shot. Maybe I'll make space in the shot for her. Just hang her right in that back corner, maybe. Yeah. Well, Mayday, then that means it's a massive success. Well, Mikhail, you said it, so I'm going to play it. You said it, so I'm going to play it. Let me get this mic. I'm all jacking everything up. Good enough. Got asked a question by my niece who's 5 years old. What's the world gonna be like when I'm grown? I looked up at the crimson smoke-filled sky. I thought, what's the harm in telling one more lie? I said, everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat. And Antarctica is covered in ice. The burning sun won't leave a paper trail. Why work so hard if it's too big to fail? And what's the point in feeding this machine if it won't make the world in our dreams where everybody's safe, no You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat and Antarctica is covered in ice. And I know one day my maker I will meet, when death's sweet kiss comes to sweep me off my feet. I hope by then we've learned a little more. I'd like this place to be better than before, so everybody's safe, no one's living in the streets. You never need to worry if you're gonna get to eat them. Antarctica is covered in ice. Antarctica is covered in ice. Ah, man. And I will always believe that we can do it, you know? I'll always believe. Even as the water comes up. Even as the wildfires spread. Because unlike some of you guys out there, I respect this planet. And I respect what it's created. And I respect what it's capable of. That the earth created a garden for us. For all of us. For all of its creation to live in. It's more than capable of healing itself. And if we want to be here to see it happen, then all we have to do is stop. I'm going to play this one too. I was singing this one earlier. I really love this one. I think this one should become my opener though. It's always the way when it's time to actually play it. I forget how to play it. No, that's the wrong one. No. Why am I... These times they are uncertain, of that there is no doubt, and nobody can tell me quite what it's all about. The heartbreak and the loneliness, the chaos and the fear can make even the strongest cry. I wish my ma was here. A young man on a battlefield fights for a rich man's gold. The bullet cracks into his spine. He knows he won't grow. And as the tears come streaming down, at once his mind goes clear. The war was fought for nothing, he cries. I wish my ma was here. A lively story well in hand, a joke to soothe your soul. When it came to arguing, she'd forgive and let it go. And when I cried, she held me, told me it's okay, my dear. And as we face these darkened days, I wish my ma was here. And as we march into the streets, as all the righteous do, we'll raise our voices to the skies. They cannot stop the truth. And as we tear their structures down, we'll raise a victory cheer. We made the world a better place, and I wish my ma was here. Yeah, we made the world a better place, and I wish my ma was here. Oh, yeah. That one's gonna grow up with me. That one's gonna grow up with me. Well, thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. I gotta keep writing and I gotta keep singing, you know? That's where my real talent is. And I know it. It's in the writing and it's in the singing, and I know it. I just get so discouraged, you know? Personally. I get so discouraged. I don't know where to go to play. When I do go places to play, there's just nothing. There's no traction. There's no spirit. The zeitgeist isn't there. I just haven't found it. I know that it exists. I know it. I just gotta find it. CH, it's like the night before Christmas since ICJ genocide case against Israel is tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Well, you know, Cotton, I might be going back to Manitoba soon, and my dad has a studio. And I think it'd be easy to talk him into. I think it'd be easy to talk him into having me do some recording for him. I think he'd be tickled pink about that. And he's got some beautiful instruments. The 500-pound gamer. Did you see the Canadian Gestapo arrested that reporter that questioned Freeland? I certainly did. I certainly did. I am no fan of rebel media, but this is wildly unacceptable. Definitely a dark turn for our society. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely a dark turn. Not a good look. Hardly surprising coming out of the deputy prime minister whose grandfather is a Nazi collaborator, who clapped giddily, applauded a Nazi in Parliament. Hardly surprising that such a person should use Nazi tactics like this. Deeply unacceptable. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter if you think that guy's a grifter or not. That's not the point. Citizens have the right to approach their representatives and question them. Citizens have that right. And if citizens don't have that right, like, I would be less affronted if it was just a case of the police getting in the way, or even the police removing him from a space, right? Like, that to me is sort of a bit typical. But this was on a public street. He was walking down a public street, microphone in hand. She could have very simply said no comment. We've got decades and decades and decades of footage of reporters doing this to people on the street, to politicians on the street. It's part of the job. It's what you signed up for. And it's not that he got blocked. It's that he is arrested. That's chilling. That's chilling. I don't even know what he asked. I don't think it even matters what he asked. All right, guys. I'm well over time. It's been a real treat. This one was a real treat. Yeah, thank you, Oddity. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.